5:40. Hearing session. This is the portion of our meeting designated for comments from the public about matters related to the closed session agenda. Comments are limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 20 minutes allocated for a particular item or topic. To address the governing board, please submit to the clerk of the board a completed speaker card prior to the start of the closed session portion of the meeting. And our person is not here, so we're just going to double check to see if there were any. Oh, we did not. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Great. Then we can adjourn into. We can adjourn at 5:41. Or sorry, 5:41 in the closed session. All right, so we will return from closed session and reconvene in open session at 6:01. Public report of action taken in closed session. In a vote of 5-0, the board appointed Monica Hazel to serve as the district's new superintendent. Congratulations. Dr. Houston, would you like to join us in the flag salute?
Oh, my pleasure. I will be leading the
I
flag
would
salute.
appreciate that.
Okay,
Thank you.
awesome. Would everyone please rise? Join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Of our heart, ready to begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Seated.
I will move to the approved minutes of May 15th, regular meeting, and May 20th, special meeting. Do I have a motion? Or sorry, is recommended the governing board approve the minutes of the May 15th regular meeting and May 20th special meeting. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you. I don't think there'll be any discussion, so I'll call for the vote. Ms. Sidwell? Aye. Ms. Lundeen? Aye. Mr. Favela?
Aye.
Ms. McBride? Aye. And I vote aye as well. Motion passes. Community Relations Hearing Session. This is the portion of our meeting designated for comments from the public about matters not on the agenda, but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Should individuals wish to comment on items on the present agenda, they may do so during this portion of the meeting or at the time the item is considered by the board. Comments are limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 20 minutes allocated for a particular item or topic. While the Brown Act allows the board to hear issues within its jurisdiction from the public that are not on the agenda, it only allows the board to respond in a very limited manner, such as providing direction to staff. If the board were to have more than this type of brief discussion on an item not on the agenda, it could be a violation of the Brown Act's rules for posting the agenda. To address the governing board, please submit to the clerk of the board a completed speaker card prior to the start of the open session portion of the meeting. Mr. Favela, we have cards. All right.
Sure. And I ask Russell Beckley to and speak.
Good afternoon. My name is Russell Beckley. I didn't want to be a hypocrite, so I wanted to talk to the parents of the child before I spoke today. I'm an active duty Marine stationed aboard Cape Pendleton. I'm not here because I want to be here. I'm here on orders. I'm not able to vote in my district, which is I'm in area 2. And I have 2 daughters that go to San Onofre Elementary School, ages 11 and 9. I went to the school to give one of my daughters some antihistamine because she was having a little bit of a rash on her arm. And while I was in the nurse's office, I noticed a placard that says Gay Straight Alliance. And I really didn't think anything of it. I didn't want to bring it up, but it kind of bothered me a little bit. I'm like, why is that appropriate for an elementary school talking about sex and sexual attraction? Right? It's not. It's irrelevant, inappropriate, and unprofessional. Across the hall, school counselor's office, there's an LGBTQ plus flag, the one with the triangle, for the trans community, people of color, and the rest of the homosexual community. None of those represent my daughter or my kids. We have an American flag that does, though. Liberty and justice for all. We all just said it. And the teachers and the administration know that flag's in the office. They have no problem with it. If it was a Christian flag, there would be a problem. My daughter comes home from school and she says, "Daddy, what is non-binary?" She didn't ask me about a topic at school, ask me about somebody in history. She said, "Daddy, what's non-binary?" "Why would you ask me that?" I asked her. She says, "Well, the boys decided to sit at one table and the girls at another table at lunch. The sun was shining through on the boys' table and I was cold. So I sat with the boys and everybody called me non-binary. And I didn't know what it meant." I said, "Well, what did you do?" She said, "I sat with the girls and I was cold." Okay, that kind of got my wheels spinning. What's going on in this classroom? So I started asking follow-up questions every day after school. And, it always started the same. "What did you learn today?" "I don't know." "Well, what did you do?" "Nothing." I think we've all been there as parents, right? But I dig deeper. And she tells us, "Well, today we read a book about being non-binary in class today. It's called My Shadow Was Purple. Mommy's a 1, daddy's a 2, but I can be whatever I want." She went on and she went on, right? Obviously, I have a big problem with this. It wasn't on the curriculum. It wasn't told to the parents that this was going to be happening. I shouldn't have to opt out of that. That should be something that parents can opt into. It's totally inappropriate in the classroom, especially for 9-year-olds in the 3rd grade. Okay. So I contact the school. The principal tells me his hands are tied. There's nothing he can do. He changes my daughter to another classroom. I tell him, well, you need to let the other parents know. He says, I'm not going to do that. Right. So I have a teacher who's trying to influence my kids socially, has nothing to do with the curriculum or school. And then the school surreptitiously tries to hide it. This wasn't the first time a book like that was read. My kid was only there for a month.
Thank you. Next, we have Leticia Maldonado Stemos.
Thank you, everybody. Happy June. Welcome back, Stephanie. Nice to see you. Some of you might be aware that a few months ago, Fallbrook was in the middle of a major political effort to change the county supervisorial districts. One popular map favored by some very powerful groups in southern San Diego County wanted to change Fallbrook's representation to be affiliated with Borrego Springs. Not to say there's anything wrong with Borrego Springs, but Fallbrook is no more like Borrego Springs than it is like downtown San Diego. People from Fallbrook and North County attended every meeting held for months so that our voices would be heard. We won that fight because people spoke up. Some people in this very room went and gave public testimony at those hearings. Why am I bringing this up now? Because it's imperative that the Board of Trustees of Fallbrook Union Elementary School District always look out for and do what is best for all students. Even when parents of the majority of our students cannot come to the board meetings and speak up on behalf of their students, but others who do attend and speak a lot try to feel as if they are representing everyone. We had a young mom who took it upon herself to inform as many people as she could about the process of the superintendent's search, in spite of feeling nervous and intimidated. We have to commend the Ana Hernandezes, the Lorena Albinos, and the Tanya Aguirres and Jennifer Montgomerys of our community. While I'm somewhat disappointed that Ms. McBride didn't choose me as her choice to represent our trustee area on the panel, the community panel to pre-interview the potential candidates for superintendent, I'm very happy that as a whole, the board made the right choices to stick with the process and to trust the outcome. There is no guarantee that our new superintendent will fulfill all of our hopes and dreams for our students and our families, but at the very least, she's accountable to all of us. And that is because you included us as part of the process. And for that, I thank you.
And next we have Michael. I don't have a last name.
All right, I knew I wouldn't have too much time to prepare for this, so I did write remarks, and I'm just so I can get as much of it in as I can. I'm going to read it right off. What I wrote, because I took some time to read it. Hello, board members. This being my first time I'm making comments, I would like to preface my remarks with the indication that before writing them, I viewed accessible board meetings available on YouTube from November through this past March, a total of nearly 10 hours of board meetings time, including gallery comments. I did this in order to minimize, if not eliminate, any possibility of coming to any undeserved or unwarranted perceptions about any individual board member or the board as a whole. I also viewed them to ensure I would conform to observable protocols within the meeting. I have recently begun paying attention to this school board as a member of the local community and as a parent very concerned about the very dangerous directions adults placed in positions of influence and in positions of decision-making locally and around the country have been allowed to recklessly lead our children for too long. I am also here as one who has been a professional educator with a graduate level education. In viewing the past board meetings, I can say several efforts and discussions of the board have been quite encouraging. Conversely, a couple of things have been quite concerning and worthy of rebuke. As I have observed efforts and discussion pertaining to the hiring of a superintendent, the hiring of a professional firm experienced in finding qualified candidates for your consideration was encouraging. A number of remarks made by the board members and persons in the gallery who would be an acceptable hire were encouraging. One of the board members remarking that she didn't need someone who already had a title to deem them acceptable. A gallery member voicing that board members should be colorblind in their selection. A gallery member voicing a select candidate with teaching experience. A gallery member rightfully voicing concern over the suggestion that a candidate should be of Latino descent, being a violation of the U.S. Constitution. And a gallery member stressing to select the most qualified individual are the few of the encouraging things that stood out to me. To close my remarks, I am also here as a true patriotic American who demonstrated that patriotism for some time as an active duty service member. Accordingly, in the December board meeting, 3 members were sworn in, and when they did, it warmed my heart. This is due to the oath that was given. Portion of the oath mirrored the oath I took a number of times as an active duty service member. The oath in part stating I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States. The oath including I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. However, watching the start of every board meeting that I did, observing a board member never once participating in the Pledge of Allegiance brought on feelings akin to both godly sorrow and righteous anger. In viewing it caused an immediate recall of the men I served with who gave the ultimate sacrifice in both training environments and in real world deployments. They jumped to the front of my.
Thank you. Next, we have Carrie.
She's on her way. So I'll go before her. She is.
Okay, you are next, yeah.
Oh, you're, oh, sorry, I didn't see you.
Hi, I'm Carrie. I try to attend these meetings as often as I can, and I try to be involved in the community as much as I possibly can. Having a family and 3 kids and trying to work makes it difficult sometimes to make it to specific meetings. I was hoping to be able to address an agenda item first before having this conversation, because this is kind of the second part of the agenda item. It has to do with the board meeting conduct. And I'd like for all of you guys to take into consideration some of the changes that some individuals are looking to make, having to do with the community conduct and the speaking. People coming and wanting to voice concerns, address issues. I feel that we have some really great people on this board. However, there are some people that feel that it's more important to control and manage a board meeting versus participate with the community and really listen and receive the information that the community is trying to say or share with you, basically. Where I'm going at with this is reducing times, trying to find ways to limit people from speaking on specific topics. You guys have the ability to allow more people to speak and extend times. I would love to see this board take into consideration the human aspect of our community. And I would really recommend that you guys attend other board meetings outside of our community, one in particular being Bonzel's board meeting, because I feel that they are a really great example of how their board interacts with the community. I can show up 5, 10, 15 minutes late. And as long as they're still conducting public comment or there's an agenda item coming up, they have always welcomed me and allowed me to speak on a topic. Whereas my interaction and my experience with this board is less than. And my understanding is that there was a gentleman not too long ago at a previous meeting that almost was not able to speak because he did not want to share his information or provide a name or sign in. And that's actually against board policy. So I just encourage you guys to attend a couple other meetings, see how other boards conduct their meetings, especially with the community, because when you start suppressing the voice and people from the community from being heard, you're going to get frustration. And I always tell my kids, if you want respect, you have to give respect to receive respect. And so I'm just trying to share that with you guys as well, because I feel like attending different board meetings, Bonsall has been one of my favorite ones to attend because I always feel so welcomed there and part of the conversation versus them just pushing me aside. Thank you.
Thank you. And I guess Tara, maybe our last speaker.
Hi, happy summer. I just want to start off by saying I've been following some of the information coming down from the state about funds. Well, it's kind of sad to me. I see that we're in a deficit and the first thing I want to cut is art and music, probably because they think the parents will pick up the tab. But for some reason, we've got millions of dollars for mental health workers to be added to staff and social workers. And I'm guessing the mental health workers are at least going to start at over 100,000. Now, while the idea of a mental health worker sounds like a good one initially, because I know we had the pandemic, we had a lot of anxious, depressed kids. My concern is, and we weren't, this isn't a question that here, I'll just go with this. My concern is that I want to know as a board, I'd like you to speak to the public, maybe at the next meeting. I don't want just a response to me in an email. I think, because I know a lot of people want to know the answer to this. How are you, if you do hire, if you take funds for this, which you don't have to, other boards have turned it down. Because the other thing is we're realizing sometimes these one-time grants, they go way after a year and then we got to keep paying for it. But if you do have these mental health counselors, are the parents going to have to give parental consent? Because as we know, not every counselor has the same values. And we want to, a lot of times we want to interview a counselor before we let them talk to our kids. Secondly, if you don't allow a parent to give parental consent, will you at least inform them that their child saw a mental health counselor? And will they have access to the records, the notes, whatever it is that they talked about? Because this is a thing that begins to infringe on parental rights. And social workers, why do those need to be on campus? When you have a problem, my experience in the past is you call CPS. I feel that schools are starting to get more into the business of mental health, social emotional learning. And again, I grew up with some social emotional learning in the sense that you teach people to be thoughtful, kind, responsible, honest, have integrity. Those are all neutral qualities that I think no matter what personal belief system you have, most of the community would get behind. But it seems, as your first gentleman brought up, that we're kind of going in a different direction that really is almost akin to another religion. And if I brought in a placard and asked all the teachers who have the rainbow LGBT posted, would they please put up a rainbow with a cross in front of it, because God, if the Bible had the original rainbow, and I put a verse under there talking about his forgiveness and mercy, and also honoring the over 1 million Christians that were killed in the last decade around the world, who are truly being persecuted. And I'm not saying other groups aren't as well, but would you guys put that up right next? Would those teachers be required to put those up as well? Thank you.
And that's it for public comment.
All right, we will move to reports from the board. Ms. Sabal.
Yes, we were busy with promotions and graduations at the schools. I attended the leadership ceremony at La Paloma, and they did a first-time talent show that was really cute and very interesting. And then I also visited the promotion at Potter Junior High, and that was a lot of children going through, and they did an excellent job with it. It was just so well managed and just went smoothly. And I also would like to give a big thank you to Miss Elaine Wynn and Miss Cindy Martin for all you have done and will continue to do in the future for our schools, children, parents, and teachers. It's been a privilege and an honor to work beside you. I thank you.
So year end, this is such an uplifting and inspiring time of the year. For teachers and classified staff and site administrators, this is the end of a 10-month journey with their students, during which time they've changed lives. And not a lot of people can say that they've done that. We congratulate you and thank you for your exceptional service and your leadership. And we hope you have a magnificent summer. So to all of our staff, thank you. A couple of things regarding our superintendent's search. 2 weeks ago, the board had a day-long closed session, during which time we interviewed final candidates for the superintendent's position. I would like to thank the members of the public and the district staff who served on our community interview panel and interviewed the final candidates as well. Thank you so much for your time and for the insightful feedback that you provided about each candidate. Also regarding this search, I'd like to acknowledge the work done by Leadership Associates, our executive search firm, and the exceptional team working on our behalf. Rich Thome, Peggy Lynch, and Penny Pyle. Their nationwide search found 30 excellent candidates, and most importantly, the one whose education, experience, and warm personality perfectly fit our district. If you haven't already met her, you will in a little bit. A couple of weeks ago, I had the opportunity to visit Mary Fay Pendleton during their 2-hour lunchtime, thanks to an invitation from one of their teachers, Martha Grimes. I'd like to thank her for the invitation and Principal Brian Frost for his warm hospitality, and all of the teachers and staff who took the time to spend a few minutes with me. Now, I'm sure it was me and not the 3 dozen donuts I brought that they were really interested in, but we had a really marvelous time, and I'm grateful for that experience. In fact, I hope to do the same at our other campuses when school resumes in the fall. Lastly, I too was privileged to attend some of our promotion ceremonies at San Onofre, Mary Fay Pendleton, and Potter Junior High.
All right. Well, just a lot of congratulations are in order. Want to first of all congratulate our new superintendent, Monica Hazel. Glad to have you on board. Want to give a lot of thanks to Cindy Martin for carrying us this far. So thank you for all your effort and all your expertise as well. Want to congratulate all of the graduating students, all of our students from our kindergartners who are promoting, to our 6th graders who are promoting to Potter Junior High, I guess we have San Onofre School as well. Those students who advanced to Potter, or no, 8th grade students advancing to high school. Students from Santa Margarita Academy, Potter Junior High, just a lot of congratulations are in order. So, you know, it's a good way to, you know, this is the time of year that we celebrate and recognize everyone's efforts, and we know it takes a whole district to make everything happen. So congratulations to everyone. I had the chance to attend May Ellis's International Festival, which was a beautiful event. It was a moment where May Ellis's sister school in Tijuana had come over here to share a cultural exchange. There was an exchange of dances and performances. It was just a really beautiful day. Really like to see when our schools become a de facto, I guess, cultural center, I guess you could say, sharing a lot of local flavor and culture. I had a chance to also visit or attend Potter Junior High's graduation ceremony, and I also had a chance to visit Live Oak Elementary's open house as well. So it's great to see. I love seeing those opportunities when parents come and visit. Live Oak had a full house. It was packed. There were tacos and a taco truck. It was a great day. So really love this time of year. There's so many good things happening. It's hard to be a part of everything, but it's important to recognize all the efforts going on. Yeah.
Well, I as well want to thank everyone. And I want to also thank Cindy and Elaine for just making it so much nicer for us, easier, and just supplying everything we needed. Thank you so much. I want to congratulate also all the graduates as far as attending events, I attended the Potter Junior High Awards Night. In May, I also attended the Live Oak Elementary Open House, the La Paloma Leadership Ceremony and Talent Show that it's already been spoken about here. And then just recently, just a few days ago, the 8th grade promotion ceremony at Mary Fay Pendleton. Now, I wish I could have attended the Santa Onofre one, but I was working the Mary Fay Pendleton. I was able to attend because it was actually during the 2 hours before I went into work, and then I had to be there till night. So that worked out nicely for me. And so that's all I have. Thank you.
Going last, all the good stuff gets taken. So I want to echo the sentiments. I want to thank the board for serving alongside me. It's been my privilege and my pleasure. I'd like to thank the cabinet. These are truly exceptional people. And I'm going to go on record as saying that the public really doesn't know how hard they work behind the scenes. They work countless hours. They are up all hours of the night. I can check emails when I'm not sleeping at 2 in the morning and I have an email from one of them. They are very accessible, and I genuinely mean they are lovely people. And I don't say that lightly because not everybody in this world's a lovely person. I want to thank the parents for coming to the board meetings and for doing such an exceptional job with your children. I actually was able to make a visit to Live Oak Elementary. It was a delightful experience. I couldn't have imagined. The students were so incredibly well behaved. The campus was beautifully clean. The staff was lovely, welcoming, friendly, charming. I didn't get to spend a lot of time there, probably about an hour, 15 minutes. It was a joy. So thank you as we bring the 2023 school year to a close. Everybody can have a nice summer and gear up for the new school year. And with that, we have the report from the interim superintendent. So I will turn it over to Mrs. Martin.
Thank you, Dr. McCray. I don't have the infused students here because school ended. And so they were like kids should be and enjoying time with their family right now on vacation. Having said that, though, we do have a video that Mr. Trench put together highlighting some of the end of the year activities at our schools. You've heard many of them mentioned here. And so, Mr. Trench, are you queuing it up there? So I would just like to add, I appreciate everybody's recognition, especially of Ms. Nguyen for her work during this transition time. I don't know how I would have got by without her. And as I shared with Miss Hazel, probably second to her family, sitting up front. And maybe even more so at times, I am the most excited person for her to be appointed the superintendent. So I'm looking forward to working with her and supporting her. And I will still be here, just a couple seats down. So it's been great to get to know you and really to work through this transition period as we had new board members come and as we are now with a new superintendent. So thank you all for your support.
Thank you, Mrs. Martin. All right, we'll move to board operations. Action review and approval of superintendent contract. The board seeks to enter into an employment agreement for the services of a new superintendent. Under the terms of the proposed agreement, the superintendent will serve for 3 years, beginning July 1st, 2023. Under the proposed agreement, the superintendent's salary will be provided pursuant to the attached salary schedule. Specifically, during the 2023-2024 school year, the superintendent will receive a salary of $260,232. She will also receive a stipend of $2,210 for an earned master's degree. In exchange, she will provide 225 days of service to the district. The superintendent will receive 22 days of paid vacation and sick leave and holidays as provided to other management employees of the district. The district will also provide for her membership dues in the Association of California School Administrators, hereafter known as ACSA, the School Superintendents Association, hereafter known as AASA, and the National Center on Education and the Economy, hereafter known as NCEE. The superintendent will participate in and the district shall contribute to STIRS as required by law and as provided for other district administrators. The district will provide the superintendent with employee and dependent medical, dental, and vision coverage at no cost to the superintendent. The district will also provide the superintendent with a cellular telephone and computer. Congratulations, Ms. Hazel. Would you like to say a few words?
We have to
Oh,
take a vote.
sorry. Sorry, I was at all my own school's graduations, so I'm on new sleep. So do I have a motion to approve?
I so
Thank
move.
you. Do I have a second? A second. Thank you. Vote. I will call for the vote. Ms. Linden.
Aye.
Ms. Sabal. Aye. Ms. McBride. Aye. Mr. Favela.
Aye.
And I will vote aye as well. Motion passes.
Good evening, everyone. I am absolutely thrilled to be here today. My name is Monica Hazel, and I am the proud mom of my 4 children here in the audience. And my husband is here tonight. Thank you, family, for joining me today. What I'd like everyone to know is that what I want for my own children in school is what I want for every single child in Fallbrook. And so all of the decisions that I make, I truly think about what's best for all of the children in the district. Good evening, President McRae, distinguished board members, Interim Superintendent Martin, colleagues, and the Fallbrook community. I'm deeply, deeply honored and very excited to be here today as your newly appointed Superintendent of Schools. I want to express my deep gratitude to the board for placing their trust in me to lead this absolutely exceptional school district. I want you to know that I'm committed to upholding the district's mission and vision of inspiring greatness in every single child. And it's my pledge that I will champion this mission. I believe in the limitless potential of every one of our children. And I'm committed to working collaboratively with the talented staff, the engaged parents, and the community so that we can ensure that all of our students have the tools that they need to be successful, the resources, the tools, the opportunities that they need to thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. And I'm so honored to be part of the family, the Fallbrook Union Elementary School District family. And I'm committed to all of you to serving with integrity, serving with passion, serving with dedication, and a relentless pursuit of excellence for every single one of our children. I feel that together we're going to inspire and empower our children to reach their highest potential. And again, thank you for the opportunity. I'm truly excited for the work ahead, and I can't wait to do this work hand in hand with each and every one of you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm gonna say thank you to my family. Thank you. I'll see you at home.
I'll never see that.
5-year-old. You mean.
Hard.
Oh.
Hard to speak on this item.
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. This is item 3.1, right?
Yes.
Yes.
We do have cards. Yeah.
Which one? The next one.
3.1. So we've got two.
3.1 and 3.2. Where are we at?
3.1.
Yeah. For 3.1. Come on up. I'm sorry about that.
Okay. Well, it's kind of after the fact, but welcome. The only comment that I wanted to make about the superintendent, the announcement of the superintendent, is that you all were very, you adhered to the confidentiality part of your process very well, including all the community members, so that we, as people who were not part of the process, we didn't know who the superintendent was going to be. And it was the only notice that, as I understand, the community got was through the Village News. And I, for one, will not buy the Village News. I think that for a lot of reasons, it's not a paper that really represents our community. So we had no way of knowing who the new superintendent was if you were not a subscriber to the Village News. So I would just ask that when some kind of news like this, which is really important to all of us, that we have some kind of a place on the website, like a news flash or whatever, that the community can access. Okay, that's number one. Number two, this is kind of off topic, but I just want to say that while I respect this gentleman's comments, my husband fought in the Korean War. I lost friends and family in the Vietnam War. I have all kinds of people that have been, that are veterans and currently serving, and they fight for our right to express our patriotism and fight for our country and support our country in ways that are personal to us. And no one can tell us how to express our patriotism. And I just want to say that. Also, this place is becoming a platform for people to make comments about one another. And I think it's wholly inappropriate. And I just think that each one of us, when we come up here and speak, that we talk about issues that are related to the school district, things that you all can hopefully affect in your policymaking decisions and governing us, and just leave the personal items out of this room. This is not a place to be having to defend ourselves as people, as individuals, or defend our friends and our family and people who we care about. Thank you.
You can just sign up for anything and then talk about whatever you want.
Then the rest are for 3.2. I'm not sure.
All right, moving on to information discussion, board policy 9323, meeting conduct. This item is on the agenda so the board may continue its discussion on public participation. I'll open the floor to the board for discussion.
We have
You
here.
have
We have cards for
cards.
that. All right, thank you.
And Carrie?
I wanted to grab my timer so I didn't go over and I could kind of stay on track. Is there a clock or how do we? Oh, okay. I didn't notice that before. I'm so sorry. Before I begin, I wanted to ask the board for clarification on this agenda item. First, am I being counted? Can I? Okay, I wanted to have clarification on this item. What specifically you guys are planning, or what are you trying to change and move around first? So I know how to steer this. Is there something specific? Because I read through the document, but I'm not understanding what you guys are trying to change.
you're gonna have to go with your understanding of it because we won't be able to discuss it till it's our time to discuss.
Okay, then I'll go ahead and just read this. So on the website, board conduct, I pulled up, the board may, sorry, let me start from the beginning. Members of the public are encouraged to attend the board meetings and to address the board concerning any items on the agenda or within the board's jurisdiction, as well as not to inhibit the public participation. Persons attending board meetings shall not be requested to sign in, complete a questionnaire, or otherwise provide the name or other information as a condition to attending the meeting. The board shall give members of the public the opportunity to address the board on any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board, either before or during the board's consideration of the item. At a time so designated on the agenda, members of the public may bring before the board that are not listed on the agenda. We all know that stuff. But what I wanted to address was that the board, furthermore, the board member may, board and or board members may, I apologize. See, I'm awful with this. This is why I don't come and speak. The whole point of why I wanted to read this was because there's nothing in here that states that we can't sign or that we have to sign in by 6 o'clock in order to speak on a topic. So for example, if we do have some working parents and stuff, or just individuals in the community that are wanting to attend and maybe speak on something, where I'm getting at is I would like for the board to consider making accommodations to parents and the community to be able to speak on specific topics when they come up and arise. And they don't have to be here right at 6 o'clock, just to be thoughtful and take into consideration that you have people that are showing up. They just want a voice to be heard, basically, and they want you guys to hear and receive what they're trying to share and not have it dismissed or have them put aside. The reason I'm sharing this is because I know we have a new superintendent coming on board, and I would really like to see the direction go in more of a warm, welcoming direction with the community, and just taking into account that everybody's showing up because they care. And we just ask that you guys care about our time and us showing up, basically, is all. Sorry. I'm really bad at speaking. I tried to be more prepared, but I was driving up. I was at work all day today and literally came straight here. So example of a lot of the parents that showed up here tonight.
Thank you. Next, we have Tara.
Sorry, I'm a good example too of why we need remote access. My babysitter couldn't make it tonight, so here we are. And I apologize for any noises. That being said, yeah, it sounds like from that agenda item that you guys are going to continue your conversation about how to communicate with the public. It disheartens me that the last conversation I heard board members saying, oh, people can get done anything said in 3 minutes. I watch Congress meetings. I watch the San Diego Board of Supervisor meetings, other school board meetings, the Fallbrook Planning Group meeting. All of them recognize that people need to be able to yield, not secede, yield their minutes to others, because often complex issues take more than 3 minutes to say. Not to mention, if you're a mom like I am, I work 10-hour days, and then I've got to cook, clean, prep, plan, because I teach as well in the evening. I have very little time to think about what I'm going to say. So often I'm going to get up here like this nervous and mess it up. So that being said, I don't have the luxury of as a retired person might to go over and practice my speech until I get it down to 3 minutes. Again, that's part of being gracious as a board and getting to know your families. And I feel that I'm not really big into identity groups, but since we have them these days, one group that is very suppressed and ostracized is the working parents group. It is very hard. You're really kind of putting us in danger safety wise to rush from work to get here, and like has been mentioned, other boards, I don't know any other board that doesn't allow people to bring their comment cards up to that agenda. So for this agenda, I would have been able to bring it up right to when you called it. That's how I've seen all other boards conducted. The San Diego Board of Supervisors, they allow 10 minutes of speaking. So, about 3 yields is what around if you're doing 3 or 4 minutes. And to me, this shows that people care, that they realize that my job up here on the board is to represent the community. And the only way I can do that is by hearing from them. And when I get a sense that you guys are excited to get out here because it's 15 minutes before 8, or you don't want to be here for 4 hours. And I get it. None of us want to be here for 4 hours. But I think most nights you're not going to be here for 4 hours. It goes a long way with the community when you show that you care to hear. Because I can't tell you the hours I spend just to get up here to speak for 3 minutes, hours, to get a sitter, to get someone to help me sign up in case I'm a few minutes late. The communication that has to go on behind the scenes. It's not a popularity contest. It's hard work. And to have people not recognize us that, and we're talking yielding maybe 2 times. Okay, I get it. You can't go all night. And if you have a big group of people show up, I get that you run out of time. I will say this, next time you have a big group come up, Bonzo, when they did that, they scrapped it. They scrapped the 20 minutes. They said, if this many people are going to show up to talk to us on a subject, we don't mind being here all night, because that's how important it is. And that's how much we want to hear from our parents. Thank you.
And that's it for speakers. Yeah.
All right, I'll open it to the floor for the board for discussion.
Well, I don't really, we've discussed it as far as where I've been 3 times, so this would be the 4th discussion. So why can't we just present it and vote on it at this point? We know it's about the yielding. We know it's about, there were 4 different things, and they're on our, the remote being voting on if we can give the parents that to be on the remote. And we discussed it back, what was it, May the 1st here? And because the panel was then put in there, Mr. Ricardo, Mr. Favela brought that in, then this part of it was pushed back to the fact that at the end of the evening said, well, we didn't discuss the remote, so we'll have to discuss it next time. So there were 2 other times we've discussed it now. This would be the 4th. So can we just bring all the items out and actually vote on them today?
So, yeah, the process for this, because this is a change to board policy. So what I need from the board is clear direction of some sort on how to amend the current board policy, if at all, so that I could bring back an updated policy. And then there's a first reading on it, like there's one after this discussion. And then it would actually come back to the board for vote the following meeting. So if we can get some, because you're right, Ms. McBride, I have the 4 questions at least that I wrote down that I need some direction on, because this is from the board. So I shouldn't be writing what I think it should be. I need you to tell me what the board wishes for it to be. And then, yes, I will have a board policy that's a draft. It would come to if we can get it done tonight, it would come to the June 20th board meeting. And then as a first reading, and then it would be up for vote for approval or not at the July, I'd have to look, but it's the first 17th meeting, because we only have 1 board meeting in July. So that's just the process of it. So I don't think you'll be able to necessarily vote tonight, but I need some guidance on how you want the draft board policy to be. That's the discussion.
Right, so what we do have before us is the current bylaw for meeting conduct. And in point number 5, it reads, it speaks to the situation where if the same situation were, and honestly, this is how we should have handled it. And so I do want to apologize for the way it was handled before. I was going off of what I remembered, and but this board policy, I think, addresses how to deal when we do have a lot of comments, a lot of people want to speak. This policy does give us some guidance for what to do in that situation. And let me read this here. Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda or non-agenda item. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the board president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. That's how we should have handled that in that moment. The president may take a poll of the speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. New to add. So I think this current policy in regards to that question is already pretty well defined. So I'm okay with that. One thing I do want to add to this is I was looking for this through my email communications. We do have a current policy regarding the yielding of minutes. I know you had sent it to us before from our attorney. I would like to have that included in this here as well.
Does anybody remember what that was? What the attorney said about yielding minutes?
I think roughly it said that it's not advisable to yield minutes. Yeah. And I wish I had the actual language here in front of me. I've been looking for it. I can't pull it up.
So they said it was not advisable, but they could do it.
I mean, we're a board. We can adjust whatever.
Yeah, because it's a
as we wish.
policy. It's up to
Policy.
us as if we were voting as a majority to keep or make changes. Yes.
Yeah, but we did get some counsel, some advice on our policy from our attorney. Yeah, so I'm sorry I didn't ask for that sooner.
That's
but-
okay. I'm trying to find it here.
So I have a few things maybe not to add, but to share. As Mr. Favela noted, our bylaws already call for us to give 3 minutes per speaker, up to 20 minutes per item. That's also, I checked CSBA's recommendations, and CSBA has a recommended board policy around this. Our language is exactly what CSBA writes. So I think we're in alignment with that. The issue comes, we had a meeting not too long ago where we had 19 speakers for one issue.
But that doesn't happen every meeting.
No, but we should be prepared for it. We should have stated what happens when, say, at what point does 3 minutes per speaker become too long? If we have 10 speakers, 12 speakers, 15 speakers, we should think in advance so that our community knows what the rules are. And we're not kind of making them up as we go along. And at one of our recent meetings, when we were talking about this, we said, well, what happens in a lot of groups is you reduce the amount of time to 2 minutes. And that's an option for us to choose. And I suggest we choose it.
May I read something
Sure.
concerning, I think, maybe what
Absolutely.
you're talking about? When I read this meeting's conduct, printed out the papers, I remembered reading something about what you just said. The board believes that late night meetings deter public participation, can affect the board's decision-making ability, and can be a burden to the staff. Regular board meetings shall be adjourned at 10:30 p.m. unless extended to a specific time determined by a majority of the board. The meeting shall be extended no more than once and subsequently may be adjourned and added at a later date. So it can go all the way till 10:30, of which time it does need to stop at 10:30 at the latest. And then, but it can be continued on a different date. So just, I believe that's answers to what you were talking about.
It sort of does. It doesn't, it says, it gives one option. One
Right,
option
it's
is
an option.
let it go as long as you want, stop at 10:30. Or we think in advance and say, if we have, say, more than 10 people, or which would get us to 30 minutes, or 12 people, which gets us to 36 minutes. If it's more than that, then everybody's time is reduced to 2 minutes. I think that's something we should think about in advance. You're absolutely right. It doesn't happen at every meeting. In fact, it doesn't happen very often, but it would be great to have thought this through and have come to a consensus so that it's not like we're making the rules up as we go along.
May
So
I speak to that?
yes, of
So,
course.
and the comment of that it needs to be that we've thought it through since we've discussed it multiple times. I believe we must have thought it through. I know I've thought it through multiple times and that's why I asked to bring this up so that that issue wouldn't have happened again where the public only got the 1 minute each, right? At this point, I know that I've thought it through. I believe everyone else must have thought it through.
The question is, do you have a suggestion for what it should be? And do we have consensus on that? So it's good that individually we thought it through, but as a board, we will need to take a vote ultimately at our next meeting on whatever it is. So if you having thought it through, say, you know what, this is what I think. I think it should be this, this, and this. This is today's meeting. The point was, let's get all these things out there. Let's say what we think it should be so that we identify if we have a consensus or if we need to think about some alternate solutions. Yielding time. I am not in favor of yielding time. I've said that before. It doesn't matter where the request comes from. I think to be fair, and we should be fair, it should be universal, 3 minutes per person. It shouldn't be that you know somebody who can give you their time. The question about do we have a deadline for signing up at 6 p.m. or is that changed? That's up to us. We don't have to address it today or think about addressing it at a vote at our next meeting.
I don't think we should have them come at 5:30 when we have closed sessions. They should be able to sign up at 6 because some of them can't get off work. And I agree with what they said about rushing and trying to hurry and get here.
Right, the traffic is terrible
Yeah.
coming up. Yeah.
So
We
no,
shouldn't have.
they shouldn't have to be here
This,
before.
of course, is the board's decision and discussion, but just an option that we were talking about was the ability for people to sign up to speak online. I'm not going to talk about whether they need to be here or not. I know that's one of the items you would consider. But if they had the ability, I don't know, an X number, 24 hours in advance, 6 hours in advance, whatever it is, to be able to go online and then say, fill out the card electronically online. I think that might also help the board when it is the times that there are a lot of speakers, because you might see that there are a lot of cards or, electronic cards to better plan or decide these issues. As to whether you're going to, and I'm talking about if the current board policy remained. So as it currently is, not with any other changes, but it was just something that, so that there's no confusion, because we do change our meeting times depending on if we have a closed session or not. We have allowed we didn't at one meeting, but we have allowed where if they want to speak on the closed session, they need to be, closed sessions at 5:30, they need to submit a card before 5:30. But closed sessions at 5:30, open sessions at 6 o'clock, they shouldn't have to be here till 6 o'clock for the regular board meeting, because what they want to talk about is on that open agenda. But it's just a thought for you that might alleviate some of the of trying to fill out cards quickly or trying to make it here to fill out a card or ask somebody else to fill it out or whatever. And it just might help better plan if you see that there's a lot of people that have a request in, and then the board may have to decide ahead of time, which it can. We're going to extend this meeting, or we're going to extend the amount of time to talk about it, or we need a separate special meeting just for the topic or whatever it happens to be. I just think it's better use of everyone's time. But that's just a suggestion.
There are two things that you said that I really liked. One, that we would have the option to offer the public the opportunity to sign up online. I think that's a terrific convenience, and it does take pressure off people to feel like, oh my gosh, I've got to rush to get there. I think that's if that's possible, I think it's a great suggestion. And the other part of that, now what was the second thing you said? Closed meetings, closed session and open session. I think it would be great if people could sign up for open session and be here for open session and not require them to be here for closed session. It kind of bothers me when somebody's supposed to sit here for an hour or half an hour waiting for us to conduct that business.
Well, if you really want to be customer service oriented, you move your closed sessions to after the board meeting. So that the open session always starts at 6 o'clock. And then the closed session occurs at the end of the board meeting, whenever that happens to be.
I think we're pretty
Good
good if
idea.
we know ahead of time. We can either schedule it for 5 or 5:30. We're pretty good about usually finishing on time.
It's just a suggestion. I know other districts do that so that it's a consistent time for the open session of the board meeting. And then, you know, this is, I'm sure if you took the hours you put in and divided it by the little monthly stipend, you get your 12 cents an hour that you're receiving before taxes is nothing, but it's you as the board are volunteering or have stepped up or were elected in to make these decisions. And that's part of some of the sacrifices at times, I know, is giving up your weekends to read board packets this thick or make it all work. So it's just something in support of being more user-friendly to the community that might help with some of those items.
It is, I do want to point out in the quick summary abstract for the hearing session, it does say to address the governing board, please submit to the clerk of the board a completed speaker card prior to the start of the open session. So it's very clear here that they don't, if there's a closed session at 5:30, they don't have to get their card in till at 5:30. They have until the start of open session. And I know in the past we've made, when people walk in and say, I missed it, we've had them come up and speak.
I did find that letter from our attorney, clarifying. Yeah, I'll just read what's written here. It says, the board is not required to allow 2 members of the community to share their public comment time. The Brown Act expressly authorizes public entities to put reasonable restrictions on the amount of time a speaker can speak at a meeting. And in fact, board bylaw specifically limits individual speakers to 3 minutes on each item. The board, by its rules, may limit public comment to a total amount of time on a particular issue and or for each individual speaker. Government Code 54954.3. And it's also an ed code.
And this is by Attorney John Pearl.
John Pearl and Dennis Walliver Kelly. So that's already policy, right? I don't know if that needs to be added or to our in some way, but it's policy already. It's Brown Act policy.
So do we have consensus that 3 minutes a person per agenda item or general non-agendized public comments is what we're looking for? 3 minutes per person, maximum of 20 minutes. If there are more speakers than that would allow, I guess the question is it at the discretion of the board president to decide whether we drop down to 2 minutes? Or do we ahead of time say, if there are more than 10 speakers, it drops down to 2 minutes per person? I think we've got consensus, 3 minutes a person, 20 minutes a topic. That covers probably 85% of what happens.
I understand that. It's 3 minutes a person, yes. But as a board, and we can do policy, we can decide policy on our own. All it's saying is 3 minutes, not 4 or 5. But I still believe that we need to be able to yield. At least one other person should be able to speak. And I won't use names as I watched the board before I came in, before I was sworn in December. And there's a particular person that does a great deal of research and comes quite prepared and maybe needs 4 minutes. And if somebody wants to yield them their minutes for these people, for these community members, I would like to have at being able to yield at least 1, maybe 2, but at least 1 other yield. And as far as the maximum of 20 minutes, I do not agree that maximum 20 minutes, if it's special, like we had that day, when mainly it was I believe it was mainly the district stakeholders that spoke. 17 of the 19 people that signed up were, the thing that happened, I believe that day, is that they were more informed in the community, because hardly anyone from the community showed up. It was a packed room, but it's because the stakeholders and the people that are connected to stakeholders, maybe retired teachers and so on and so forth, were already here, or either for the awards or because they work in the district. So again, for something like that, I know that the comment was, I mean, it was, we all heard it, the public heard it, that y'all didn't want to stay late. But again, like I said that night, we are here as public servants. And if there's an issue, if there's 3 of us left, we can still continue because it's still a majority. So if both of you would like to leave, if you don't want to stay late, then so be it. The rest of us can carry it by the Browns Act, correct? So I don't agree that if it's a special comment, and like, again, this we've been here 6 months and it only happened that one time. This is a rare occurrence. And for that, I believe that in those cases, we need to be able to expand it. It's not going to be a regular thing. We can even put that in there that it won't be a regular thing. And then I, again, would like the remote. So, thank you.
I'll repeat again, and I don't know which 2 you're referring to because we haven't taken a vote on that matter. And so when we're talking about being efficient, so it's about respecting everyone's time here. Yeah, so even including our public that comes and attends. So that's what this is about, being respectful of all in attendance. Again, I believe the current bylaw that we have, that we're looking at, that's on the agenda, gives us that flexibility to address this when it comes up. Yeah.
Well, if I'm understanding what you're saying correctly, you would be admissible to the policy that Mr. Favela read, with a caveat that under special circumstances, we would amend it in those instances of a special circumstance. Not to make it
I don't know that how he understood it was the same way that I understood it. And I have a feeling we did not understand it the same.
I can read it again. Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda or non-agenda item. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. That's how it is at standard. With board consent, meaning we take a vote, the board president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. So this gives us that flexibility to extend past 20 minutes, and we should take that as a vote with the direction of the president.
the caveat would be under those special circumstances, you would like to amend the 20 minutes on the special, not on a
regular
weekly,
basis.
yeah, not on a regular basis, but on those special instances where it perhaps might run longer than 20 minutes. But everything, that's what I'm saying, everything that he read, you're amenable to. And in special circumstances, we will amend it to go past the 20 minutes.
Did you, I've forgotten now, did you include the yielding? Is that part of it? 'Cause I
That's
still,
bylaw. That's a bylaw that was shared. That's according to the Brown Act.
so we can yield, we can put on vote on yielding.
We don't
right?
have a policy about that.
Okay.
No
right.
policy.
So we
so
should
I-
have a policy.
So I
So you
can
wanna-
present that. Yeah. Okay, so then, okay, then I wish to present that.
Discussion.
So can I ask a question?
No. Yeah.
Thank you. So we have, let me just play a scenario out and tell me how you think we should respond. There are 7 speakers signed up. Mr. Favela says we have 7 cards for one agenda item. And 3 of those speakers have yielded time, have received time from other speakers. So of the 7 speakers, 4 of them are going to speak for 3 minutes, and the other 3 are going to speak for 6. Is that a scenario that you think works?
If we vote that those minutes can be yielded, but we still have to decide if it's going to be one time or two times, or however many times, maybe we decide more times, then it's still within the 21 minutes, full minutes.
No, it wouldn't actually be if you
Because
do
you
the
said
math.
7
You've
times
got-
3.
You've got 4 people, right, who are speaking 3 minutes each. That's 12. And then you've got 3 people speaking 6 minutes each. That's 18. So you're at 30 minutes.
Did you just say that there were 7 people?
And that's with 1 yield per person.
Well, if there's 7 people and they're all have 3 minutes.
Well, no, there are 7 people who want to speak.
Mhm.
4 of them just have their own cards. They're speaking 3 minutes. 3 of them have been yielded time from another speaker. So if there's a 1 yield per person allowed, each of them gets 6 minutes, or if you have 2 yields per person, each of them could have 9 minutes.
Oh, so there's actually more than 7 people that signed up, is what you're saying.
Right,
Okay.
yeah,
There's-
right. Yes.
When you said 7.
Yeah,
people.
yeah, I should
Okay.
say that was the net number.
Okay.
That's the number we end up
All right.
with. So that's the scenario I think we need to think through ahead of time. Do we want individuals who can speak for 9 minutes? We've had that happen.
And that's where we vote to decide how many yields.
Right,
Right.
so if we have 1 yield, that's 6 minutes per person. And so then at that point, would we agree to spending an hour on that one topic? Or agenda item? If that many people want to have yielded time from other people? I mean, I think those are the things I'm trying to raise, that we absolutely need and want comments from our community, our parents, our staff. That's very valuable. What I have trouble with is when someone speaks for a very long time and they're not making their point. Now, I understand there's a lot of pressure when you're at the podium, and that's no fun. But even our speaker who thought she wasn't very good, I thought she was fine.
May I add
Carrie,
something?
Yeah.
Just to make sure I understand.
please.
So you said 4 speakers times 3, that's 12.
Mhm.
3 speakers times 6, that's 18.
Mhm.
So that's a total of 30 minutes.
Right.
Right. You
Right.
said an hour though.
No, I said, yes. I said, if there could be another scenario too, where it goes for a whole hour. Because people are getting yielded time and there are a lot of people lined up to speak.
That was the possibility when this became an issue and it came up.
And I've seen other boards where things don't go very efficiently and it's and they really don't get a lot of business done.
Mhm.
And I don't mean business like the boring business, like with all due respect to our chief business officer, the budget. But, I mean, we've got the infused kids. Wouldn't it be marvelous if we had a panel of, one child from every school being able to talk to the board? Those are the kinds of things. I don't mean just business, but things that allow us to get an opportunity to experience viewpoints from really important constituencies, like our students, like our parents, like DLAC. So we don't want to be restrictive. I love the idea of being able to sign up online ahead of time. I think that's a fabulous idea.
I think that's going to help some of us.
Well,
But-
then put a limit
Mhm.
that they can only talk 6 minutes instead of going 9 minutes or
Mhm.
whatever.
Mhm.
Put a
One
a
yield
limit
per-
on it.
yeah.
Yeah, that they can go, the most that they can do is 6 minutes. But don't take away their 3 original minutes, no matter how many are speaking.
Right. Well, so if we have 15 people, we're okay.
Yeah.
And that
All right.
is going to be a rare, we haven't had it. And those are wonderful stories, but they're still assumptions that we haven't experienced.
Yeah.
And we're going with more of what we've already experienced and felt terrible that people were not allowed to speak more than 1 minute when they came.
Oh, that was
wanting to
awful.
speak.
I think all 5 of us, just everybody at the dais felt that was really unfortunate. And I don't think we'd go down that road again.
So I'm going to offer something as just sitting here listening to the conversation, but it seems like that you share the interest that the community all be allowed to have 3 minutes to speak. Period, because 1 minute was not effective. And I have to tell you that, you know, when you're looking and you're practicing, as we heard people say, they're practicing the speaking, there's a big difference between practicing for 3 minutes and practicing for 2 minutes. So if you've been practicing for 3 minutes, you have to show up and, you know, it's been reduced to 2. The trade-off, though, would be, and it's certainly up to the board, not seating minutes. So if you didn't have a cap on how many people could speak because everybody was going to get 3 minutes, and it hasn't happened. The most we had was 19. And I believe it was cut down because people didn't want to speak for just a minute. So in those situations, you know, I would recommend that it either everyone gets their 3 minutes, or if it's some shared pooled amount of time that you ask, is there anyone who doesn't want to speak now, so that makes the pool of more minutes available to those that still wish to speak. But the 3 minutes, if you're looking at it as they shall have 3 minutes, then they shall have 3 minutes. That means at least, and that means no more. And, you know, I don't know quite how to word that. There, I think you always have, even with the current language, you always have the option to extend it if the board feels, and it's kind of vague in there. I mean, it says with board consent, the board president may. So board consent would to me mean a majority of the board. And then the board president is the one who would be making the announcement. It'll be for, you know, we're going to allow it, whatever it happens to be. I do think that if we did something where it was online, you're going to get a better you'll know ahead of time if there's like, there is a lot of people that signed up to talk about this. So we may need to reconsider how it's handled, period. Again, it's just, I'm sitting here listening to, you know, it sounded like the 3 minutes was very important, that each person have their 3 minutes. And so splitting it up and divvying it up, you know, they're not getting their 3 minutes. At the same time, seating or yielding minutes means they're getting more than 3 minutes in some cases. You know, if you keep it 3 minutes and it's 3 minutes, then I think that's fair as far as everybody has the 3 minutes and not trying to figure out how they're going to take their 3 minutes and put it into 2 minutes.
I think it's a good compromise. Yeah. You know, for some of us who might have wanted it to drop to 2 minutes, say, okay, fine, no matter what, someone always gets their 3 minutes, but no seating or yielding time. Everybody gets 3 minutes. It never drops down to 2 minutes or 1 minute unless, you know, prior to the meeting, we see, oh my gosh, there were 30 people signed up.
Well, we have experienced that some people just wanted a minute or 2 minutes and that's all they spoke, especially when we had the bus drivers and the speech. I can't remember what the acronyms for that was, but again, this is not a usual thing. This was a rare thing when we had that many people. This is more usual. So again, I believe, and I'm going to go with, for me, that they get at least 1 yielding. That per person gets 1 yielding, at least.
But would there be they all get 3 minutes, or would it be then divided by, you know, a designated number of minutes to be divided by the number of speakers? Sorry.
I'm sorry. I drank. So, no,
Are we all aware that yielding and seating are 2 completely different things? Do we understand the difference?
No, to me, it's just giving somebody your time.
Well, yes and no. Because
Seating is.
giving any leftover minutes that you would have if you were actually going up there to speak for 3 minutes. Yielding is saying, I'm giving away all of it's 2 different things. So I want to make sure everybody's clear with what the language is.
I'm not even going with the seating. I'm going with the
Yeah,
yielding.
I agree with that too.
Agree with.
I know that.
Oh, I'm just making sure everybody's understand what the language, which is clear.
Minutes.
Let's see.
It's the same thing, you give away minutes.
Well,
I know, but it's different.
it's different. It's yielding is the intent of you're filling out a card to give that person the full 3 minutes. Ceding is if you were up there speaking and in the 3 minutes, maybe you had a minute left over, you would cede that minute to someone else.
I think that might get confusing.
Well, but it's gonna matter in the way that we present this eventually for a vote.
Right.
So then we.
Because
just
it would
do-
mean if 100 people came and 100 people filled out cards and they wanted to yield their minutes, then 100 people could give away their minutes to someone else. The seating is if they went up there and spoke and they only had X amount of time, like not
I
a plan,
understand
then they would give, so just to clarify when we have a eventual.
We had somewhat of a situation where that happened where I believe it was the bus drivers, was a group and somebody spoke for 2 minutes and they ceded their remaining time to the next person that was with their group.
Yeah, because they went up 2 and 3 at a time, just then they all shared their 3 minutes.
Well, I guess we'll have to take a vote next time. I don't think we had consensus this time. So someone can present a motion. And next time around, if they have 2 other votes, they'll get it. And if they don't, then somebody else comes up with a different motion. I don't think we have consensus.
I'd like to hear Diane, what, Mrs. What do you?
I agree with letting them have their 3 minutes. I agree with the yielding, but not the seating. I think that would get too complicated. And if they are going to go online, it will lighten up people or the public coming and doing their comments here. And I don't think we should go under 3 minutes with them. They deserve the 3 minutes. They deserve to say what they have to say and us to listen to them.
And how many limits should there be? How many yields can they get from somebody? How many 3 minutes can they get from somebody else?
I would say 1, because then if it goes too much longer than, it's like you said, that person can be up there for 6 minutes, 9 minutes, 12 minutes. They can get 1 yield. That would give them 6 minutes to finish up whatever they were presenting to us.
So for you, it's 3 minutes per person with 1 yielding and remote. Yes, or something else?
Remote sign up, you mean? Yeah, remote sign up.
Yeah, we need to work out the logistics of commenting remotely. I will tell you what, in working with Mr. Fell, because I think I described for you, it was a different circumstances when people could comment remotely before. We were all virtual remote. The complication comes into play when you have people in person and virtually, and there would need to be, it's possible, it is possible, but it would need to be structured in a way that perhaps you do all of the virtual ones at one time. So we're not trying to go back and forth between, someone here, someone there, and that it would be just, you would only hear them, not see them. For privacy, the appropriateness, we don't want to be looking at somebody's house and they have something inappropriate in the background that's on a big screen or whatever, so it would not be that they would be seen. It would just be that they would be heard and, announced over for protection of the district. I tell you all the time, always looking out for keeping the district out of trouble. So it is possible. It would take us a little bit of fine tuning to be able to make it happen. But in those circumstances, it could be that they fill out the card online, and maybe some people still want to come and speak. So they could still fill it out online, but they're indicating I'm going to be there in person, or I want to do this remotely. And then that way we can sort them, because that's really technology purposes. That's what's going to drive it as far as, so it's not necessarily now. I think it's maybe in the order that they get here and fill out the card, I think maybe, or it could just be the order that they're handed to Mr. Favela. I don't know as to the order, when they're speaking. But it would be a way that, again, it's more customer service friendly. And it alleviates trying to everybody get here. I'm telling you, the parking's getting worse and worse out there. It's definitely an option. You would have to, trying to think ahead. Nobody knew what was going to happen with COVID. And so some of our policies, nobody's policies addressed COVID because that was a whole different world. Having said that, and having learned a little bit throughout the process, you would want to have your policy clear enough that people know, but flexible enough that as things change, we're not stuck to a policy that no longer works because circumstances change. I'll give you an example. It would be difficult to seed minutes between somebody commenting remotely and somebody, and honestly, it'd be difficult to seed or yield any minutes to someone virtually. I just don't, who are they talking to? Somebody else? It just would be a little bit more difficult. So, if you did do a yield, it may be only for the people that are here.
That makes sense.
Just because I'm just thinking of the logistics, and I know Mr. Fell's looking at me as far as trying to make it work. And because that's what ultimately we want to do, is we want to support what the board's decision is. So I'm thinking of it as from a practical standpoint of what would make it the most effective.
May I ask? So I know that it was remote during COVID, and you could see the people, you could see their background and everything. So would we, technology wise, be able to then darken it, block it, whatever it would be, if they don't know how to, they just know how to work the computer, but don't know how to.
So we
Blur it.
Yeah, we did it both ways, to be honest with you. There were times that it was just call-ins because people could only call in. They might be on a cell phone or whatever. And then there were times that we saw the backgrounds of people's homes. And that's the one that makes me a little just hesitant, just because this is being broadcast via Zoom, via the internet. I don't want the district to get in trouble for having something inappropriate that's on the screen that came from somebody that called in, because you keep in mind, you still do get people that hack it, bomb it, whatever you call it, do their thing on there and make a joke of it. And we wouldn't know that. They would have control over being able to end it, but it might be after something happened that we don't want to happen. But for the people that it really would work for, that just in sitting here listening, it's an option. So I'm sharing this with you because I want to get a policy that, is something that addresses the needs, that the people that are interested in our board meetings and that are attending, it's different than it was a year ago. And so we have to look at who our audience is, and not just whomever maybe who happens to be here or who can get here closer. That is a universal thing that I think, regardless of a working mom, a family that doesn't have a vehicle to get here, whatever the circumstances are, they have the same opportunity to be able to participate without any barrier that we've put into place. But there would have to be rules so that it could be done efficiently and effectively. And so, again, I don't know that the seating or yielding would work if they were doing it remotely. I'm just trying to picture how to manage that. But it could, still, as you mentioned, if they're in person and somebody's here and they've taken the time to come and fill out a card and they want to yield their minutes, then you would have the max that somebody could speak would be 6 minutes if somebody yielded the time to them.
If I may ask, so there's the 3 points have been brought up. For some reason, I'm not remembering the fourth. What was the fourth?
I had how much time per speaker, how much time per topic, the seating, yielding, giving of minutes, and then the public comments allowed remotely. Those were the 4 items that we were being discussed, and that I needed some direction on to be able to put together a policy that is, even if it's a draft and it's, going back and forth, because these ideas, you see how long a board policy is. There's lots of things in there. I would also probably like to run it through by legal counsel to make sure that we're not violating any law. these are absolutely board policies, but just to make sure these are still based on education code, government code, the Brown Act, you know, there's a whole host of laws that we would want to just make sure that it's in compliance with, and that we're not leaving anyone out or doing something that it makes the situation worse. So that's where I need some direction on at least taking what we have and then either drawing lines through it or adding to it or substituting. And so I have the 3 minutes. I have the at least the interest of yielding one time. The public comments allowed remotely. Is that, I mean, because again, this is going to have to come back and be discussed and voted. So I'm not asking for you to vote on it now, but I just want to make sure there's some idea that then you can at least, you need a starting place. You need to see it and you need a starting place.
So then the public comments, they could yield minutes, but on the virtual,
They
we're not
couldn't.
going to, because that's too.
I don't know how you manage that,
Yeah,
you know, that,
yeah.
because then you're calling, talking to people who, you know, I give you mine and we both, that'd be very difficult to try and manage. So, you know, the yielding of minutes, I would say could occur in person.
Yeah, here.
Um,
Well, if everybody agrees on that.
and then the other one was just the how much time per topic. Are you putting a limit on 20 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, or? you
Whatever
know,
it takes to get through it.
And so so then there wouldn't be a limit on there.
I think our current policy addresses that.
In
With
which way?
With the 20 minutes, but you said you would go with the special,
Right.
yeah, we would accede to the, if there was a topic that might go longer than 20 minutes, we would make a special.
So let me make sure, because I'm gonna bring something back to you.
I don't think we need a limit, because what we're saying is if the board, if a vote allows yielding of minutes, then there is no limit per topic. Because we're not reducing it below 3, so having a maximum is meaningless. Doesn't really mean anything, because people can talk, we can have, 40, 50 minutes.
You may want to consider that if it appears that there's going to be over an hour, I just throw that out there, of comments, that then the board's looking at doing something else, a special meeting, a public town hall, or, whatever that is, because that's obviously something people are interested in talking,
It's important to them.
Exactly. So perhaps that's a way that it's not necessarily a time limit of 20 minutes or 30 minutes, but it's if so many people have, and it's going to exceed a certain time, number of minutes or hour or whatever, then the board will, and I don't know the language, but, look at what other options there are so that it doesn't end up just going all night long. Or till 10:30, as we currently have to be dismissed by 10:30. So is the board okay with me preparing a draft based on these conversations that we have in the notes that I took, and then bringing it back? It would, like I said, need some refinement, I'm sure, and I would say this right now. Please, nobody here take any offense to if I put something that, wait, I didn't say, because I'm not trying to keep, I want to get this done for you. I want to get this done for you. I want our new superintendent to come in and I want this to be done so that it's not an issue that's just even, we need to figure out how much time people get to speak. It shouldn't be that difficult. And I think we can do it. So I'm going to get it done, but I say that ahead of time because I don't want any misunderstandings, and that's what it'll be for. So I can do this and then have a draft of it. I can send you each a draft individually. You are not to discuss it with each other. We don't want to violate the Brown Act. And you actually shouldn't be discussing it with members of the public. This is now based on whatever. Give me back your input, feedback, like, no, that's not what I said, or this is what we want, or what about this? And to come up with something that then would come to the board. Now, understand, it's going to be a first reading. And at the first reading, that is where then the community would comment if they wanted to, or they might give some ideas that hadn't been thought of, that we want to change it. So it's not approved yet. It would be approved at the first meeting, or voted on, I should say, at the first meeting in July. I think there's only one meeting in July. Yes. So sorry, Ms. Hazel, I'm trying to get it done before you actually start, but but you know, this is a very important topic. And I tease when I say that, but about trying to get it done, but it's very important. You know, we want what's best for our students. We want what's best for our families. We want what's best for our community. And we need to hear. So is everybody okay with that process?
Sounds good.
So I'm going to try and get this whipped out too. So I just ask that you look at it to turn around, because our deadline for the board agenda for our next meeting is Thursday. So we don't have a lot of time. But I think we can get it done.
Thank you. Sounds good.
All right,
Thank you.
All right, moving on to first read board policy 6158 independent study. This is an information item. Moving on to educational services, public hearing 2021-2024 local control and accountability plan, herewith known as LCAP. The public hearing on the 2021 through 2024 local control and accountability plan LCAP is called to order. The public hearing on the 2021. Okay,
Let's see if anybody has
wait, do we have any?
comment cards or anyone wants to speak on it.
No, we don't have any comments.
So the public hearing on the 2021-2024 LCAP plan is concluded. Presentation 2023-2024 LCAP LEA federal addendum. I'll turn it over to Mrs. Martin.
Thank you. Dr. Husing and I have been, along with our teams, have been working diligently to tie and connect the LCAP with the budget, because the two go hand in hand. So she's going to provide a presentation to you and to the public, but this is the opportunity for the board. There have been several opportunities for the community to have input through, and she'll explain some of that, but I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Husing.
All right, thank you so much. Ms. Martin, President McCray, our board members, and obviously my cabinet. This has really been a collaborative effort, and it's just the first time you're looking at it. And it will be open until we get accepted at the next board meeting on June 20th. So this is just a draft. We do actually send the document back and forth to SDCOE a few times to make sure that we're all on the right page. But actually tonight, you're not going to see too much new, because we're walking into the third year of a 3-year program. But to start out with, truly this quote does say it all. There's a lot of unity in what we do, from budgeting to HR to I even get a lot of support from our communications office with making our slide deck look really nicely, which is important, because when we communicate, we want to be professional and clear. So tonight, what we're going to do is review the LCAP process. I'll present the draft plan. We'll highlight what's working and some proposed slight changes, and then we'll share next steps. And then I'll hand off the podium to Dr. Curcio, who will review the federal addendum. So you're very familiar with the components of the plan for the LCAP. We'll have the budget overview, and Ms. Martin will be explaining the budget for us shortly. And then there's a plan summary provided for you in the LCAP. Then there's the engaging our educational partners. That's my favorite part. And we really did go above and beyond this year to have meetings at every school site. And some school sites had 2 different sessions. So making sure that we really were able to reach all of our community partners. We'll go over the goals, metrics, and actions. We have 3 goals, as you know, and each of those goals have those sections, the metrics and the actions, and we'll go over those. We'll talk about what we intend to improve and provide increased services for our unduplicated students. There's more budget, and then the federal addendum. So this LCAP cycle has been adopted by the state of California, and it is very familiar to this board. We've been doing it actually this year. In the beginning of the year, from July to October, we start implementing our plan. While we're implementing it, we're thinking, is this really working? How do we need to change it? Is the budget aligned? What changes do we need to make? In November through January, we're collecting data. So you remember after the new year, I came and I shared the data of our student performance aligned with goal 1, which is student progress and achievement. When we go into April and June, we're starting to get, in February and March, we're starting to get public input on what our goals are including, how we're sharing our data, and starting to think, well, what do we need to do a little differently next year to really reach these goals? And then here we are now in April and June. I'm bringing a draft plan, and then it will be approved at the next board meeting. And that's nothing new. That's what we do every year for the LCAP. When we are making these plans, we always reconsider who are our students, and demographics can change year over year. So here's a little snapshot of what our students look like this year. 6% of our students are designated migrant. 30% of our students are currently English learners. And if you look down along over to the right, 16% of our students are reclassified English learners. So if you put those two numbers together, you realize about 50% of our students, or almost half of our students, come to our district speaking another language at home other than English, and are English learners. And we have some goals coming up to increase that reclassified rate. 16% of our students are military connected, not only on base, but in town as well. And 17% of our students are students with disabilities. That's up from last year, and you'll see that that is a trend across the state. 75% of our students are socioeconomically disadvantaged. When we are thinking about our unduplicated students, that's who we're talking about. And where are we? Where are our students? Well, we are a small community. You saw almost 5,000 students, but we have a variety of options to serve that our community. We have our traditional junior high in town, but on base, we have the TK through 8. And then in town, we have the TK through 6 schools. We also have a virtual academy. We have homeschool students. We also have the Santa Margarita Academy. So although we have the traditional option, we also have options for our families who are more interested in STEAM. Maybe our families are more interested in biliteracy and bilingualism, but we have those options. And I think that's something this board and as community should be very proud of, that we're a small community, but we have very many options for our families. Oh, and I missed this is one of the important parts. We're 234 teachers, and on the day we took this data, we had 234 employees. And we have 12 facilities. Well, in addition, we also have the bus barn and CNS, so and the district office. So we are a very large part of this community, and I think it is amazing how we're able to serve our community in a variety of ways. Of course, everything we do is rooted in our portrait of an 8th grader, and then we truly believe that an FUESD 8th grader is a confident, compassionate, and courageous member of our community, ready to make a meaningful impact in our world. And how do we do that? With these traits that we want our students to be able to demonstrate: to be caring, confident, innovative, scholarly, and resilient leaders. So you'll see those characteristics woven through our LCAP. Some of the successes we had this year were our students feel happy and safe at school, and our data reflects that in our surveys. Our local assessments, I was able to share with you that students are growing, and mid-year we shared 3rd through 8th grade growth, and tonight I'll be sharing the 1st grade, kindergarten through 2nd grade data. Our students have lots of leadership opportunities. That was a strength. We have a character development curriculum that is making an impact on our classrooms. We've been able to successfully implement a language arts adoption, and we have just as much intervention as we do enrichment, because we know that we need to keep our kids interested and engaged. Some of the needs that were identified, and we as practitioners, the teachers, the principals, the staff, the parents who were participating in the engagement, highlighted some of these, and you'll notice the green star. And as we go through on each goal, you'll see there's a green star aligned to something, and that's what we'll be adding slightly or putting a little bit more attention to in the next year, the final year of our LCAP. We want to improve attendance. This one is a leftover of COVID. Last year, we told kids to stay home for 10, 15 days. And so now we want them, hurry up, get back to school. And it's just, we have to recognize that we have got to be more accommodating and get our kids more ready to be back in school. Missing a lot of school. There's just a lot of our kids who are chronically absent now. And you are chronically absent, which at any time of the year, you've missed more than 10% of the year. And there's a lot of students who have done that. So we are going to pay attention to that and improve our student attendance. We are going to increase achievement. That has been a big call to action. If the kids aren't in school, we can't guarantee their achievement is going to increase as well.
So our attention is on reading, writing, listening and speaking in English language arts, and their performance in math. We also want to improve the outcomes for our English learners. We want to focus on that phonemic instruction. You've heard a lot about Orton Gillingham. And can you believe there were 61 teachers here today on their first day of summer learning about Orton Gillingham? And other teachers who wanted to get in, and we just didn't have the space. We don't have a facility for more than 61 teachers in one room. So I think that's something to be really proud of. And then we want to increase our school social workers. That's something we're going to work on. We weren't able to hire all of them this year because they're really hard to come by. Many school districts are hiring, but we do have that accounted for next year. And all of that is going to increase engagement. So more of the highlights are we were able to continue with small class sizes. We were able to continue with lots of professional learning, even though we had to stop having sub release days because we were short on subs. We held Saturday opportunities, and your teachers showed up on Saturdays, and our directors and our staff, our math TOSAs and our ELA TOSAs, they came on Saturdays and provided professional learning and after school. We know that the job embedded coaching with our math coaches, with our literacy coaches, and with the science teachers on campus, that job embedded coaching makes the difference for our teachers. Again, the phonetic instruction, increased district-wide achievement. We did see that growth. And we have enhanced math curated materials, and Super Summer Camp and our camp attendance during breaks has been very successful. Our broad course of study, there's just no comparison to what we're able to offer at Duluth. Our outdoor education and our environmental study with Walking Los Higueros for the students, the path they take in the community before our first graders go to the library. These are project-based learning opportunities that are really making the difference for our students. Stands us above other districts. Another highlight is our social, emotional, and well-being of students. We prioritize our kids are happy and healthy when they come to school. We prioritize our bilingual community by having bilingual community liaisons so that we're communicating with all of our families. We really focus on that character development, and we want good behavior from our students. We can't just want it. We have to model it, support it, and encourage it going forward. And then our community connections with family. You have heard in this meeting that families really do know what's happening in our schools. They love what's happening in our schools, and we love sharing it. We are, in the year to come, increasing our engagement in the community. Many of our district level employees are serving on community boards in the community, volunteering, and you'll see right here 2 of our principals at Arts in the Park. That's not a school district funded activity. We just volunteer there. And then community events like Don Dornan games. I mean, that is the most amazing thing ever. This is my favorite picture of the day. This little 3rd grader won his race. And I turned to his principal and I said, look at how proud he is. You could see him on the top of the podium. And she said, he's always been fast. He was a runner even in kindergarten. So these community events are really important. When we did our community engagement, we asked questions about how our students are performing academically, social, emotionally, and how parents feel connected to the district. So I put together all of the, there were sheets all across the rooms. Again, we held these events at every one of our schools at night, and then May Ellis they said, well, Kimberly, can we have our engagement during the day? We feel like we'll have better engagement during the day. And I said, well, sure, next year you can just do 1, but this year, if you feel like it's better during the day, hold 2. Let's see which one is better attended. And sure enough, the morning one was better attended at May Ellis than the evening one. But I've curated all of that information for you here, and it's tabbed. The summary is on the top, and then each school's input is behind the tab. So I'll pass that down. But that community engagement, you can see this is FSA, I believe, and Dr. Curcio was running this event. After they did the whole group, and this was replicated at each school, then we broke up into the 3 sections, and students led those data collection sessions. And so I just happened to be the person who was assigned to May Ellis. And so afterwards, I was speaking with Dr. Gonzalez and 3 of his students. And as we do with everything in our district, we really lean into what are the children saying and how are our leaders feeling about our communication. So I apologize for my voice is the loudest because I'm holding the cell phone, but let's see how this goes.
So Dr. Gonzalez, we're here at your school today for LCAP engagement, and you've got who with you?
Well, we have Miss Cora Montgomery. She's in 5th grade. We have Mr. David, who is in 6th grade, Melody in 6th grade, and Ray in 6th grade.
Awesome. Students, you helped us with our parent engagement. Can you tell me something that stood out to you regarding the conversations?
One thing that stood out to me was parents having students come home and not eating lunch because they would like more healthy options or choices.
Awesome.
One thing that stood out to me was that parents thought that a good idea was to have different languages, but some parents thought that it was a bad idea because it was a bit too hard for students.
Thanks.
One thing that stood out to me was the computers. The parents wanted the computers to stay at school because they use them for games.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing.
One thing that really stood out to me is that parents like excessive communication, but they'd like to confide all of the communication into one app.
Awesome. Well, what did you guys think about that time that we spent to talk to parents? Is it helpful? Did you get good information?
Yes.
I think it will help.
You got good feedback.
Awesome. And Dr. G, what did you think about including the kids in this process?
You know, every time we have an opportunity to include our students in the decision making and any planning and participate in events, I think it's a good idea. Our students were wonderful today, and they showed why they're great leaders here at Mayales.
You do. Super impressive. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You can see those sheets behind them. The students were the ones taking the information in the session. They really had a lot of buy-in.
So Dr. Gonzalez.
Oh, there we go. All right, into the goals. Again, goal 1 is our academic goal, and we'll go the metrics, actions, and analysis. And I've tabbed goal 1 for you in your binders. And those are the pages aligned to that. I know we have a lot to do tonight, so I'll keep moving us forward. But here is what I promised you about the data for kindergarten through 2nd grade. We already shared our data on 3rd through 8th, but what you will see here is progress throughout the year. Kindergarten data, the very beginning of the year, there weren't enough students that were ready to test to have viable data. So that's why you don't see the first assessment for kindergarten, but you'll see where our students are moving along the year. So I will say that we're not where we want to be with our students, and we know that, but that's why we're going to increase the rigor for academic achievement. But what we are happy to see is students making growth and progress during the year. And here's our ELA and math data that we shared before. But again, what's important here is from grade 3 through grade 8 across the district, every single grade level in both ELA and math have made progress. And I will say I'm probably the most optimistic person in the room. So I'm cautiously optimistic that our SBAC scores are going to be fantastic and we'll have really a lot to be proud of come now our students finished up, obviously, but we won't get those final results till we'll have preliminary results mid-July-ish, but probably not final results until September. Oh, we're really optimistic. Here's our data on our English learners. I told you we're really going to prioritize our English learners having more success, but they're having success already. So it's really important to notice that we did have a dip in 21, but our 22 data was 16.9% of our English learners reclassifying. That is amazing. And then our scaled score on that LPAC assessment, the English language proficiency and assessment for California, that scaled score is increasing every year. And so again, optimistic in 2023, I look forward to the scaled score increasing as well. And that assessment, another time, maybe during a work session, I'll walk you through. That is no easy peasy assessment. And so our students who are learning English, they really have to be able to read, write, listen, and speak in a language that is not their own. It's very high rigor. The actions, we just have really strong recruitment, retention, and an induction program. And many of you were able to come to our induction ceremony. And here's the very happy, proud teachers at FSA. It's a nice group of them that went through induction this year. And actually induction is part of what we pay for with our LCFF funds. And we're very proud of that in this district, that we're able to support teachers through getting their clear credential. Again, our instructional coaches, that's a lot of money that we invest, but it's investing in our teachers, and that's a long-range investment. It's not just a one and done, because the learning that the teachers are able to complete throughout the year, while they don't have to have a sub, they don't have to walk away from their classroom, they're learning job embedded learning will last their entire career.
So analysis, I'll just skip to the important part. What are we really going to focus on is that student achievement. Of course, we know that professional learning is necessary and it is impactful. We know that our low classes are really valued because it allows more individual attention. And we love the enhanced environmental education because it increases student engagement. But I'll focus you on what our goal is to increase student achievement in ELA, math, and science. Goal 2 is our climate goal. And so some of the metrics were that our schools are in good repair. Okay, they're beautiful. Our schools are very clean and well kept. Our students are proud of our schools, but we have some work to do on our in-town schools. If you visited our on-base schools and compare them to our in-town schools, you'll see a difference. And we're addressing that in the coming years with the 10-year plan. But also we see that our parents are sharing that they feel school is a safe place. And parents feel that school is a supportive and supportive and inviting climate. Some of the actions that we've done, I'm going to put our counselors into numbers for just a second. If you consider all of the lessons that are done by the counselors and in the classroom with our character development program, there's 2,296 lessons approximately of our character development lessons happening throughout the year. The counselors are responsible not only for the character development, but supporting students making good choices, but also we encourage them to have student groups. So those would be small group opportunities to work on, okay, maybe not arguing during recess or how to prioritize their time. It's individual needs of students, and the counselors work with the teachers who needs this group. We have 502 groups going across our 12 sites. That's amazing. We have had 651 parent meetings, tier 2 opportunities. Those are student study teams, 504 meetings for student needs, or attendance meetings with parents. That's what the SART meeting is. We have leadership rallies. We have Red Ribbon Week, Unity Day, Kindness Challenge, Career Days. I mean, you name it, our schools are alive and vigorous, and leadership meetings with students. This is what our social workers are working on. So counselors are really tier 1 and they're working in the classroom and with small groups. Our counselors are doing some serious work and resourcing our families with support that we don't offer in our schools, but they connect them to resources in the community. So I'll take down my notch here a little bit, and this is a little bit of a reality of what is happening in our community. We had 121 suicide risk assessments completed by our social workers this year. I know we are a school district of TK through 8th graders, but we have students who have concerns. And if we don't have the ability to deal with them, then we would be dealing with another number. We're dealing with things that we were preventative in. So 75 of those were low risk. Maybe students don't know that using those words can raise attention by staff. But there were 34 that were moderate risk and 12 that required high risk. They needed a high level professional support. Again, we don't do that in our schools. We refer that out. We are working with families. We are working with community members. We are working with medical providers. But that's high level, and this is all preventative. And that's the reason why we have healthy, happy schools, because we're able to deal with these things preventatively. We made over 141 mental health behavioral community referrals, and these are just a few of the community resources that we work with here in Fallbrook. For a tiny little town, again, there's lots of resources here. And so those are the people who are specialized to deal with it. It wouldn't be a first grade teacher like I was calling up North County Lifeline to make that referral, because I was working with my first graders in my class, right? So we have the ability to be preventative and serve our students the way they need help. So analysis, we have leadership for our students. We have character development among our students. And one of the things that we're going to focus on is that attendance, because we know if they're there at school, we can increase their behaviors, we can increase their success, and most importantly, increase their achievement. Goal 3 is our community connectedness goal. So we'll go through this, and these are some of our metrics. What you're seeing here are pictures of the dads on campus, or the dogs, watchdogs. This is at William H. Frazier, and this is the dad orientation. So this is a group that's very involved here in our community, and the dads report who are doing the watchdogs really like being on campus, and I know the kids like it as well. But I'm just going to highlight that we had amazing LCAP input sessions. We offer a lot of opportunities for our parents to be involved,
before school, during school, after school, and we give parents voice and choice on how they want to be engaged. Do they want to just come for a performance, or do they want to volunteer? There's a whole spectrum of opportunities. Some of the actions are our STEM classes for parents. We held them in English and Spanish, so for a total of 12. We had literacy classes for parents in English and Spanish for a total of 8. We have great websites. We have very dedicated communications department that makes our information accessible to parents. And then we have expanded, again, like I told you, our connections in the community. One of our biggest partners is, as you know, the Boys and Girls Club. They provide our after-school programs. And for people who are not exactly familiar with what we do, we'll hear a little bit later about the ELO program, the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, or FUESD after school. That's available to every one of our children. It's pretty amazing what we do. In our analysis, what we want to do is to increase that community partnership, because we know if the community knows what we're up to, they'll love it. There's no way they couldn't support the things we're doing. Mrs. Martin and I have recently started attending Rotary. Back in December, we started attending. And just off the cuff, I said, why don't you come with me to the incoming president of the Rotary? Why don't you come with me to one of the leadership days? And so he came to May Ellis, and he was amazed at what the staff, shaking people in a firm handshake and looking in people in the eyes they've never met, explaining the great things that are happening in their classroom, being able to explain what it means to be a leader. And then I offered to say another, well, would you like to see one of our base schools? And again, it was open house, and just, I mean, you can't help but be impressed with what our students are accomplishing. But what we're going to continue to do is double down on that community engagement. And here's the whole summary of what we're doing new and different. That's the last section of the LCAP. It's called Increased and Improved Services. And the requirement in the LCAP is you have to explain how these increased and improved services meet the needs of unduplicated students first. Now, we have 75% of our students are unduplicated. So everything we do ought to serve those students first. And so the narrative there explains all of that. So again, we reviewed the plan, highlighted what's working, talked about what we're going to do next, and then now we're open for comment. So what will happen is I have the LCAP document. This will be posted tomorrow, right, Seth, on the website. And then on the right, down at the bottom, there's an English LCAP input and Spanish. And so anyone who has seen this presentation, or they can view the LCAP themselves, we're still open for comment, and we are really taking in that information. And then again, editing and making sure that the language is appropriate, and working with SDCOE so that then we can bring you back a perfect document for adoption on June 20th. And now I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Curcio, who's going to walk through the federal addendum. And as you know, the federal addendum isn't something that needs to be approved, but it is something you need to be advised of.
Okay, did you say that you were open for comments, but we're moving on, or is that?
So what I shared is, see, there's this survey, and that's going to be on the website tomorrow. Oops. So that's where we're taking all information.
Okay.
So it'll be available on the website under the LCAP. And so it's open for any public comment or ideas. It says, now that you have read the draft goal for number 1, do you have anything else you would like us to consider? What would, you've read draft 2, what would you like us to consider?
Okay, so that's for the public. Does the board get to ask questions?
Oh, sure, absolutely. Yeah.
At this time, or? Okay, so I'll start with one of the last things that was said. And I'd like to know, how long has our district offered the after-school programs? Like, how many years? Do you have any idea?
I do. And I'll put all the, can you write that question down for me?
Yes.
We had thought about this ahead of time, knowing that this is going to be a long meeting, and I will put that in our Friday update. But we just started FUESD after school. We started with summer school last year, and then this year was the first year that it was open for everyone at the beginning of this school year.
It wasn't offered before COVID?
There was Boys and Girls Club, but we doubled down with the ELOP plan, Expanded Learning Opportunities Plan, that started in the beginning of this school year.
And then on the metrics, the fall winter analysis metrics, Where are these stats coming from?
Oh, it's from the STAR 360. So it in the lower grades, so TK through or kinder through second, it's English language arts and math together in one assessment. And then third through eighth, there's a separate math and separate ELA.
And then on the English learner data reclassification rates metrics, could we please have metrics prior to COVID because this starts
Yes,
2022.
absolutely. Yep. Sure. Any other questions? Awesome. Okay. So I have an easier part because I'm really here to talk about all of our federal funding that comes, and it's meant and intended to build on top of the LCAP. So first we have to use all of our general and our LCFF, and then we take our federal funding, which we apply for and receive 4 types: Title I, Title II, Title III, and Title IV. How easy is that? All in a row. And these funds are specialized funds that are generated by specific populations of students and have requirements and specific purposes. So as you're looking through the federal addendum that you have in front of you, I'll refer to like different shaded colors. And then the top of every slide that you're going to see talks about like the specific purpose of the funding and who those student groups are if it's tied to students. What I will tell you is commonly all the funds, there is a set aside for professional development. Any federal funds we receive, we do spend money on professionally developing our teachers or our classified staff in order to maximize the use of those funds in the classroom so it becomes a part of the culture and what our teachers do. But again, they always must benefit and service the students that earn the funds. And the other piece of it is it's an additional service. It can't replace something that we're doing at the core level. It has to be like an additive on top of. So with Title I, it is for improving the academic achievement for students who are of the low income. And when we look at the blue section, it's a blue section in your actual federal addendum. What we would like to highlight is that we use most of our Title I to provide intervention supports through either staffing by providing additional teachers or additional classified staff to work with students to give them additional time on top of their core time. Professional development, which I mentioned, is a pattern you're going to see as we go through it. And there is also a set aside for parent education. So that's the blue section of your federal addendum. With Title II, this is generated for the whole district and it is specific for staff. We can use it to lower class size, which we use a majority of our Title II funds to do that. But it's also for preparing, training, and recruiting high qualified staff, whether that's classified or teachers. So you'll see professional development again. And really it is for new employee support and developing school site leaders. So teacher leaders and administrators at our school site. This would be the, I'm going to remember this now, orange section of the plan. Title III is the yellow section in your plan. So when you get there, it is around our English learners and it is specific for English learners. It is funds to develop language acquisition, support academic content for English learners, and for language learning. So we do use some of it for Spanish intervention to support our dual programs or biliteracy or students who are new to the country and need access to their primary language. So the highlights from this goal would be, it's really about effective English language development, building our teacher teams through professional development to understand the best strategies for our English learners. We do support our dual language program and English learner intervention and Spanish intervention. And then at the very bottom, parent engagement in Spanish. So we do use that to help with parent education. Then the final section of our plan, which is lavender, is supporting student learning. And this money is really for, it's a kind of an interesting pot of money that is for safe learning environments, meeting the social emotional needs of our students, but also just supporting 21st century skills. So we use this last pot of money to focus on STEM and our science standards and our labs, our innovation labs,
Personalized learning, just really helping our students connect and engage to their learning by personalizing it for them. And there's a lot of professional development that we provide with that. Social emotional learning. Those are the positive behavior systems that you see in the schools, but that comes with professional development. Our teachers need support with that. And then finally, we have our elementary education program, and we provide support through this. So in your plan, this is just a summary of how we use the different fundings and how we delineate how we apply.
And this is just the wrap up of what we have there, the 2 weeks of public comment, edit as needed, and then we bring it back in June.
So the funding, is this, we're talking about the grant that you, they gave the presentation about a month ago, the $3 million grant. What is the funding here?
Are you talking about, oh, the funding for the LCAP is the local control funding formula, LCFF, and it is all aligned with the budget proposal that Mrs. Martin is going to discuss. And we talked about the next steps. And then I'm available for questions. And then if, I think ELOP is next. So I'm doing that one too. So I'll just stay here. But if there's any other questions, I'm happy to answer them. And I can also answer any questions specifically in the Friday update. But I would say one of the things that happened really nicely, just to wrap up, is the engagement this year. Every one of the department directors and ed services engaged with the principals, and the principals did their put in the work to invite parents to come. And it was really nice to have all that engagement. We also met with our staff and our union leaders. So we felt like we really got a good response.
All right, so the next presentation is expanded learning opportunities plan.
Yes, awesome. So now I'm very excited to share about ELOP, even though it's in our house, in my house, we don't, I'm lucky to be able to present this, but Mrs. Paris gives her, asks for her excuse. She's not feeling well today, so I get to give the presentation. So we're going to talk about expanded learning opportunities. And everything we do in expanded learning opportunities has to go along with the mission. That FUESD after school mission is to cultivate caring and responsible life-ready leaders within an inclusive community. And we do that by offering opportunities before school, after school, summer, and intersession. And we have had 30 days beyond the calendar year this year, and each one of those days have been well attended. We target our students who are unduplicated in grades TK through 6. And when the programs fall below the FUSD 75% marker, then we have to close it only to those students. But when we're over 75%, as you see for unduplicated, we can open it up to every student. So it's unique because every student will have the opportunity to participate in after school. And you'll see that the program really did grow this year. So you had the opportunity to review the plan. So tonight is just walking you through it. The ELOP plan must be board approved yearly, and you have a copy of the ELOP plan in front of you. And I'm going to review the 8 program requirements. One of the most important ones is that it's a living document, meaning we can update it throughout the year if it's necessary. So starting on section 1 is the safe and supportive learning environments. And how we do this is aligning our behavioral and academic program during the day to the behavioral and academic program after school. We cannot duplicate what we're doing during the day, but everything we do is to supplement, to increase, to enhance. And in the after school program, we can make things really fun. We provide students and the Boys and Girls Club training. We actually brought in all of the Boys and Girls Club staff and trained them on Leader in Me and the 7 habits of highly effective people. Because if we want our staff, and they're like the 19 and 25-year-olds in our community, to be demonstrating those skills to our students, we felt like we needed to train them as well. We train our staff on safety procedures, and we will have new next year is counselors after school. Oops, I wasn't paying attention to my slides. Yep, so new next year with the little star is having an after-school counselor who will be available for students. Okay. Section 2 is having active and engaged learning. And our program will provide opportunities for students to experience active and engaged learning that complements what we do during the day. For example, during the day, they may have luminary arts and drama classes, and after school, we're doing acting and theater. During the day, we might be doing innovation lab with the science labs in class, and after school, we're doing the CUSM, Cal State San Marcos, robotics and coding. Or during the day, we're doing PE. And after school, we're doing sports clinics with Playworks. And those are the contracts that you see on the board agenda that you're approving. So we're bringing in enrichment to after school. Section 3 is skill building. So we're offering kids opportunities that are interesting to them. So Readers Theater was at May Ellis, and we had the STEM team from CSUSM. We had an ASL club. We had a social emotional learning club. They had cooking classes. There's a crocheting club. There's a hip hop club. I know there's a drama club at May Ellis too. The kids are writing their own plays and performing them. Guitar classes, girls who code. So it's dependent on what the kids are asking for at that school is how we organize those supports. Section 4 talks about how we must include youth voice and leadership. And so here's an example of how we even get our littlest students to give us their input. What kind of classes would you like to have next session? So the ELOP plan must demonstrate how students have choices, and our site lead teachers develop enrichment cycles at their school and choose how to sprinkle them in during the school year. Because we wouldn't have like a scrapbooking class all year. It would go like 6 weeks and then change it to something else engaging. Section 5 requires healthy choices and behaviors. And this is one of the things we did is we had a wellness opportunity. This happened during after school, but then we stayed even later after school and invited parents. We did cooking classes. This is an opportunity for us to connect with our community more. We had folks from the Fallbrook Food Pantry come and do cooking classes with our students. We did 10-week course on kitchenistas, where we had our own staff learn about healthy cooking and choices. They got training, and now those staff members can lead after-school programs. It's pretty exciting. Here's some pictures from our Potter Junior High after-school cooking class. This is with the Fallbrook Food Pantry, and this was during spring camp. Here's some more healthy choices. This is Mr. Ostrowski from La Paloma. He runs an after-school street hockey club. I don't know who gets more exercise, the kids or him. We have a garden club. These are the students at La Paloma. One of our principals runs the running club at Live Oak. Mrs. Parson runs this Live Oak running club. And they just competed over the weekend. Let's see. One of the requirements is that we must provide for diversity, access, and equity. We provide field trips to museums and science centers and college campuses. This past year, our students attended an event at CSUSM called Super Saturday. We had 2 whole buses full of students and went to Cal State San Marcos. You could see the bottom right, that's the picture. It was one of those days where we weren't sure if it was going to rain or shine, but we had 2 full buses of kids and had so much fun at that campus. And every place you turned, there was more science for the kids to engage in. And then we have we participate in Fallbrook All Air and Arts in the Park. We want to include our parents and families in the community activities as well. So we tell them to come to these, and then we had booths at both of those opportunities. We had STEAM nights at each one of our programs. I think maybe some of you have attended these, and I don't think the kids loved them very much. What do you think? Okay, this is so exciting. This is for next year. So when you see the Switches that I'm ordering, the Nintendo Switches, it's not for goofing off. It's really for this amazing opportunity called esports. And esports is really a thing now. There's a whole careers on coding and game writing, but esports really sets kids up to be part of a group of students who compete against other students. There are the students who play the games, and it's just 1 or 2 games per grade level, and we make sure that we monitor them. But then it's the kids who set up the tournaments. It's the kids who are calling the plays. It's the kids who are marketing the games. It's the kids who are setting up the connectivity between schools. So we can have teams competing locally, within the state, within our nation. And so this is pretty exciting. There's actually whole scholarships at UCI to go to college with a scholarship for esports. And it started at UCI, and I know it's at ASU and across the country. And so it's pretty exciting. We're on the front edge of this, and our students are going to have this opportunity. We're piloting it. Mrs. Perez told me, okay, Kimberly, settle down. We're piloting it at 5 schools. We don't have to go all the schools. I'm like, well, maybe. I mean, let's see how it goes. Let's talk back in December. So this next opportunity shows you where our priority is, right? We are all here to build up our students. And so we developed this org chart with the Boys and Girls Club so you could see who are our clients, why are we doing all this? It's for our students. That was section 7. We need to have quality staff to support our students. So here's our program goals, as you have read in the plan. These are all the people we partner with. We're partnering with Fallbrook Union High School District as well, because we want to set our kids up to the STEM pathways that they have, the career pathways, so that kids have opportunities in ELO. We want to enrich their knowledge about what kind of electives they want to take in junior high and know what their path is by the time they get to high school, or at least have an idea of a path, right? We know kids change their mind, but this will give them an idea. But we're really coordinating with a lot of community members with this opportunity. Sneak peek. Here's our intercession camps for next school year. This is the additional 30 days to the calendar year. Summer school. Okay, so today was the prep day and tomorrow summer school starts. Can you believe it? So we got 60 teachers learning Orton Gillingham and another, I don't know, Brian, how many teachers teaching summer school?
There was 40.
40 for the first session.
First session.
And then we have a second session happening. So it's no longer summer break. I mean, it is year round that we're keeping kids engaged. And then just a little bit, and I can put this chart in the Friday update. If you look across the bottom, this is the participation from this year. And you can see at the beginning of the year, we had 639 students, and we grew, and in May, over 1,000 students. And so it was 500 students increase. And we would like to be able to increase more. We're also trying to get more students available for summer school. We know a lot of families are traveling this summer, but sure enough, on the first day of summer school, some more of them will show up. So we'll be ready. So I think the participation shows that what we're providing for students is meaningful and where kids want to be. And we know they're safe at school. They get great meals. Where's Miss Hazley? Oh, they get great meals. Because we feed them a super snack too when they're after school. So in summary, I mean, the kids are really benefiting. Again, it's not homework. They do have a time to do homework, but it's not homework for 3 hours. Kids wouldn't want to do that. It's really engaging, and we know if they want to be there, they will learn. And here's a little video. there's so many successes from this year, and we're just really thankful we're able to share it with you, and more importantly, continue next year. So thank you. And if you have, yay for Lily. I'm stealing Lily's thunder. So Lily, if you're watching at home, Mrs. Perez, then you know that that was for her, you. But any questions regarding what happens for after school?
I just have a comment. I'm really like seeing that esports opportunity. I just noticed at UCSD, there's an esports center right across from where I get my coffee. They have a coffee shop right in there. I never even knew what it was. I just saw it's a computer lab, and I was checking it out, and yeah, so it's new to me, but
yeah,
it's great to see that, at the university level, it's even, it's provided there as well. I'm also really glad to see the sports leagues participating, and all these opportunities being offered for our students. I know this grant in part is being provided to help students enjoy school, right? Enjoy being at school, enjoy the opportunities that are being offered, and it should help with our attendance, any type of attendance issue. So I know that's part of the goal as well.
Yes,
So
thanks.
this is I'm really glad we can offer this.
Awesome.
I just think Mrs. Perez and her team and our program partners have done such an outstanding and phenomenal job over this last year. I mean, literally, she started in early spring, if I recall, of 2022, and then went right into summer camp, and then all the winter and intercession camps. I mean, it's really rather extraordinary. So it's very exciting. And I love your attitude too. It's like, well, we could do 5 here, and then maybe we could do more. It's we're really open to making changes one way or the other. And I think that's pretty terrific.
It's one of the opportunities we do have to make changes because it's all interest-based.
So kudos.
Yes, it's going well.
This sounds wonderful, a lot of fun, a lot of enjoyment type stuff. Now, so all the camps are things like theater, Legoland, so going to amusement type parks, planetarium, arts cast, karate, sports camps, that, sports. Is there any academics involved in this? And then my other question would be with the budget deficit now growing to now being set, going from 26.5, which was what Governor Newsom had said back in January, and it's growing now, it's up to $33 billion. How would this affect, and what are the plans for getting ready that this is going to affect these type of programs?
Okay, so your first question was regarding where we send students for enrichment. And the trip to Legoland was a 1 day, and it's aligned to science things that they do there. They have the engineering opportunities when the kids are there. So we try to tie it to academics when they're there. And then the second question regarding the academic opportunities and after school. Every school has after school the power hour. I don't think it's a whole hour. I think it's like 40 minutes that includes the snack and then homework time. And so they have focused homework time, and that's the academics. We're also giving them the opportunity for esports. And then for the little kids, we're starting something new in the fall that's related to ABC Mouse, but it's ELA and math study time it's the gaming for the little kids. So it's you can't also it's required you don't duplicate what's happening during the day. So it has to be different and engaging, but that's the online learning after school. So we tie in the academics, but it's not, we learned in the beginning of the year, we had intervention classes, and they weren't well attended, and they weren't making the data that we wanted to see. So we realized the kids will come if it's fun. So that's when we started focusing on enrichment.
Can some of that money be used perhaps to, as per your own data, still the children are still academically below 50th percentile in all areas? Is there a way to use some of this money to then put it towards the academics during the day, since you're saying it can't be used after school, it can't be used for camps program? Maybe add more assistance for the teachers, maybe add some other type of assistance for helping to increase the academics for the students.
So during the day, we can use that LCFF funding and we are increasing, and that's why we have the plans to increase achievement. But this specific funding has to be used after school. So we can't use this funding to add staff during the day. Yeah, of course. Okay, thank you so much.
All right, we'll move to action. Expanded Learning Opportunity Plan. It is recommended the governing board approve the ELOP plan for the 2023-2024 school year. Do I have a motion to approve? I'll move. Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Since we had discussion, Ms. Deval, I'll call for the vote. Aye. Ms. Lundin. Aye. Mr. Favela.
Aye.
Ms. McBride. Aye. And I will vote as well. Motion passes. Stop. Moving to number 5, action out-of-state travel, Tacoma, Washington. Character Strong. Character Strong National Conference. It is recommended the governing board approve the request for 6 school counselors to travel to Tacoma, Washington from July 27th through the 29th, 2023 to attend the Character Strong National Conference. Do I have a motion to approve?
I'll motion to approve.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. I'll call for the vote. Ms. McBride. Aye. Mr. Favela.
Aye.
Ms. Lundin. Aye. Mr. Ball.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. Motion passes. Okay, at this time, I'd like to call for a 5-minute break because most of us have been here for over 4 hours and I'm going to speak for the room. I have to go to the bathroom. And Dr. Husing's drinking water, not helping me.
Sorry.
So at 8:32, we'll go on a 5-minute break. Back in session at 8:41. Information workshop and conference attendance. Public hearing 2023-2024 proposed budget. The public hearing on the 2023-2024 proposed budget is called to order.
I have no comments.
No comments. Okay, the public hearing on the 2023-2024 budget, proposed budget is concluded. Presentation 2023-2024 proposed budget. I will turn it over to Mrs. Martin.
Now I'm switching hats back. So, good evening. Good evening. I looked to see the people that remained and I said, my peeps. Thank you for staying. I am going to give a broad overview on the district's budget. This doesn't go into any specific detail, but it highlights for the board things to be aware of, to look at, to be proud of, and given the general circumstances of the state's finances, what we do here to be proactive and not have to cut programs mid-year or anything else that we don't want to do. So the budget is an action plan. We're used to having plans, but something that is special in our district has always been, I shouldn't say always, but I'll say in the last 19 years, at least, has been the alignment of our resources with the priorities, the educational priorities set by the board, superintendent, now through the LCAP. So going way back to when Dr. Curcio and I would work on budgets, we sat together side by side, and you had the instruction side and you had the business side working together to what can we do? How much money do we have? What do we have to do? And I think that the state liked so much what we were doing. They came out with the LCAP and they made school districts have to work together, both the business and the instruction side. So it was something that really wasn't difficult for us because we had been doing it. That's how we, developed our budget. We're going to go over, I called the budget journey, BC, DC, and AC. Before COVID, during COVID, and after COVID. And this is all just the impact on the budget. This is not on what happened with learning loss or anything else. Our budget assumptions, they're really the planning factors for our budget, and then the budget itself, and then kind of next steps, takeaways. So again, this is a broad overview, but that 67-page report that was attached to the board agenda, you wouldn't glean any of this. 69. I knew it was in the 60s. Thank you. And that's not even the entire report of things. So the budget journey. And again, I've narrowed this down. Looking back to 2017, 18 to 19, 20, 2020 was the year of COVID and we all had to shut down in March. But what was happening in this district prior to that was that our enrollment was actually increasing. So we had over a decade of declining enrollment where we were losing enrollment. It's a little interesting and different here. It's sometimes a little more difficult to pinpoint because it could be the activity on the military base where kids move in and move out. It's just not the same to say the loss at San Onofre is for the same reasons that a loss at Fallbrook STEM Academy occurs. So there was a variety of reasons, and it's sometimes a little difficult to pinpoint. But after 10 years of decline, we were growing and we were on the uphill and it was awesome. And then COVID hit. So I'm going to go to the DC, the during COVID time. We had a significant amount of one-time funding in this district alone, including what we had set aside for our learning recovery program was over $26 million for our district of 5,000 kiddos. That's a significant amount of money to have in a short period of time and to make work and to make sure we spend it right and that it's, and bless you, Lindsay Pillen and Sheila Duncan, who are there doing the work with all of the codes and making sure that it's done appropriately. And now looking at this year and beyond, after COVID, we're almost, this year that we're going into is going to be the last year in what we developed 3 years ago. Gosh, seems like it's so long ago. The last year of our learning recovery program. So some of you may recall, we had part of getting money from the state was that you had to have a plan. And we called it the plandemic because for every dollar we got, there was another plan we had to bring to the board. And some of them said the exact same thing that the other plan said, but it looked a little different or something. I don't know. I think all those people at the state were working from home. And so they came up with more plans for us to write and fill out. We are at the tail end now, and really we only have about $1.5 million of ESSER 3 funds that we'll be using in the 23-24 school year. So going back in time just a little bit, what we were really focusing on and what's been great is that Dr. Husing has been amazing at just picking it up. I worked with Julie Norby and she's amazing, but the transition that happened and her cheerleaderness that keeps you motivated and enthusiastic about it is awesome. We really wanted to take what we called learning recovery to make it discovery. And when we say that, it's let's take the best practices for what we did learn in COVID. There were some good things that came out of it. And so let's take that and not just take it as a poor us, our kids aren't doing well, and but really, what can we do to propel it so that not only are they recovering from any learning loss, but we're ahead of the game and trying to be ahead of the game. And we've worked really hard to do that. And I think you heard from Dr. Husing's presentation, some of the things, whether it's through the LCFF and the LCAP or the expanded learning program. So that's just kind of where we've been financially, which leads us into what our budget assumptions are. The proposed budget is only as good as the assumptions used. And normally it's not a good thing to assume, but in this case with the budget, we have to develop it based on a list of criteria. Some of the criteria are common industry standards that we get from our organizations. CSBA puts things out, School Services of California does. Things like the COLA. What's the COLA rate we're going to use? So then there are others that are unique to our district. What impact aid funding are we going to receive here? So all of these assumptions are going into create our budget for our money coming in and the money we're going to spend. And they adjust, they change, things happen because it's kind of a best guess sometimes. Some of them don't change, but a lot of them do. So we need to be able to respond to those things. So going into this next school year, are funded, and you can see funded is capitalized there. ADA, our average daily attendance. We get paid for the seats in the seats. That it's not the enrollment, it's how often they actually show up for school. Last year at this time, so going into this year, there were some changes made that helped districts out because of the steep decline in enrollment throughout the state of California. I've heard all different things that it's been attributed to, but having said that, districts would lose way too much money and it would be devastated under at the time, what was the funding model? And when it came to ADA, ADA was either how many kids you had that year or how many you had last year. You got to take the higher of the two. Well, when districts declined by 25%, that was just a huge hit to take. So what came out of it in the end is a 3 prior year average. It's a way to still account for the decline, but it's not as sharp and not as steep and gives you some time to plan for it. So this $47.99 is really not any ADA that you're ever going to find in any report of anything that ever happened here. It's the average of the last 3 years that's been taken into account. I mentioned COLA. 8.22%. That's a calculation. That's not something that is at the governor or any other elected officials' They don't get to just make it something else. What can happen is they can not fund COLA, but COLA is COLA. It's a calculation. Our LCFF, which was the big pot of money that Dr. Houston was talking about with the LCAP, is estimated to be almost $67 million. LCFF funds are the largest source of funds for our district. And unless you're in an area where your property taxes are super high, it's that way throughout the entire state. LCFF funds have been in place since 2012-13. And back then, that was the most sweeping change to school finance in 40 years. So this, if some of you may remember revenue limit, this replaced revenue limit. This is our main source of funding. Impact aid funding, I talked about that a little bit. Impact aid funding, we get money from the federal government because we have 2 schools on Camp Pendleton. And quite frankly, it's because we can't collect property taxes. So this was the federal government's way to kind of make up for that loss, in addition to supporting the military connected students. And Elaine here, this is her favorite project, is Impact Aid, and the card she gets to count, and she can't wait to get back to that. I mentioned that we had about almost $1.6 million of the remaining balance of our COVID funds that will go into 23-24. And that's to keep the reduced class sizes in grades 4 through 8. So we stick to the class sizes for TK is separate. There's an adult to student ratio. But for the K3, remember class size reduction, grade span adjustment, we do that. That's required. What we've done is we've taken it a step further. And in the 4th through 8th grade, they also have lower class sizes to help get the academic rigor and the achievement that we're working towards to help with that as well. Home to school transportation reimbursement, $500,000. The reason I called this out is because this was new for this year, and it really was the efforts of many educational organizations. CSBA was involved, CSEA was involved, to come together, because transportation funding for our transportation program, first of all, it's never been enough to pay for the program, ever. But it had not received an increase since 2012-13. And we all know what happened to gasoline, what happened. I mean, the cost just to maintain went way up. So this was the first year that there was an effort put through by the state to try and, in some way, it's not the whole thing, but we'll take it. Because that just means that that's less money that we have to take out of our general fund, and it can go back to or stay in the classroom. Otherwise, we would be making that contribution to the transportation program. And so there's $500,000 there. Mandate block grant funding it's really not a lot, 3781 per ADA, but I put these in here because it helps me so that as I find out the rates that change or what it actually comes in, it's simply a mathematical calculation to say, okay, well, it really was $40. It really was, or it was only $25. This is just though to provide for the board and for the public to know that these are reasonable assumptions. I have to have the county approve this. So I can't just go, I think that everyone's going to love what Dr. Houston is providing, and we're just going to have 500 more kids show up. I might think that, I might feel that, but that's not something that the county is going to let me build the budget on. The number 10, the transfer in from the special reserve fund for prior year impact aid. So the payments at the federal level, and there's the whole debt ceiling and things going on there. They are not reliable. The timing of them, we're subject to, we have gone years, not years in a row, but there have been years that we didn't receive any impact aid funding. And then they make up for it 2 years later. So we get vouchers and payments all the time where they're closing out the 2017 year and we're getting paid for it now. So because the timing of when we receive that money, and it's a pretty significant part of our budget, is unknown, what we do is we actually take the impact aid money and we transfer it into our special reserve fund. So it's like an early warning device. Should the program disappear at the federal level, we have a year to figure out what we're going to do. And that's just one of the conservative budget methods that we use, is to not just take, oh, great, they're going to give us all this money, let's spend it, but let's be wise about it. Let's wait a minute. Let's, see what's going to happen and what would it mean if we didn't get it? The transfer in of that $4.8 million, that is for the money that we have saved that's going to fund the rest of the 3-year learning recovery program, which is really the math TOSAs, instructional coaches, they're kind of multi-funded, but the things that we did and put in place 2 years ago, it's going to be this 4.8 plus the 1.5. That's the cost of this learning recovery program. So this is going to be something for the board to consider moving forward, which is after next year, will you want to continue what we're doing or change it, or is it working? I think that a lot of the decisions will be data driven. If we can show that our scores and through the assessments have improved, then we can make a connection there. But if we can't, then that money wasn't, we need to do something else. We don't just keep throwing money after things that aren't working. Expenditure assumptions. So this, just to wrap it up, our expenses, probably close to 85%. I didn't do the calculation this year, but it was in the mid 80s, goes to people. We're a people business. So it's the salaries, benefits of our employees that takes up a majority of our budget. That is probably true in most districts, somewhere between 75, 90, depending on what they have going on there. So we're not out of line. But it takes people to teach kids, and it takes people to support the people that teach kids. So step and column movement, that's something that just informational. It's about $1 million a year that it costs the district for people that are employed on July 1 to move to that next step. Nothing else changes. We do nothing. We give no salary increases. It's going to be $1 million more in payroll costs next year than it is this year, just for the natural step and column movements. Sick leave has been huge. We're out of COVID, but there were still some requirements we had to comply with at the beginning of the year, more like if you tested positive, you had to, so we're having, certainly not like it was. Again, there's our class sizes I told you about the 24:1 for our grade span adjustment, and then the transitional kindergarten. We already had transitional kindergarten here in place. We had it for a number of years. So that wasn't a huge increase in cost. We added classes and we added aides, but it was something we were already doing here, something that we should be proud of. And then again, there's the class sizes for our learning recovery program. Our classified salaries, same thing. They have step and column movement too. Now they're included in that $1 million that I mentioned. We budget 5 days of sick leave per classified employee. Not every classified employee needs a substitute when they're out, but there are a lot that do. And we take into account the minimum wage is going to be increasing in January. And so we already include that in the budget because, again, that's an assumption, but it's something we know is going to happen. And if I don't include it, then the county office, when they review the budget, will say, what about? And I need, because they want us to show that we're being thoughtful and aware of what the expenses that lie ahead. I included in there the statutory rates for the employer benefit costs. And this is one that the easiest way for me to put it is a classified employee. I'll use that as an example. CalPERS is the retirement system for classified employees who are in a retirement system. You can see that it's almost 27%. That's what the district pays. In addition, the district pays 1.7 for workers' comp, 6.2 Social Security. You add up those numbers, and the only thing that you wouldn't include is that 19.1, you're over 30%. So for every dollar we pay an employee, it costs us $1.30. That's where these costs that nobody wants to talk about at the state level, that's what needs to be addressed. Because the salary, when you give an increase, it means that, it's 26.68%. So again, I'm not lecturing on what we have to pay or don't have to pay. It's just a cost that needs to be added in. So, a third of what we pay is going to these statutory benefits that we don't have control over. And then, it's been the district's priority to value our employees and I think that's part of the reason why we get people and keep people. Because we are a good employer in town, a great employer in town, and we provide really good health insurance. I looked at my husband's and went, oh, okay, well, that's not going to happen. But we, $19,759, that's what the district contributes each year for a benefited employee. Not all of our employees have insurance because the part-time people, they don't get to have insurance. But for full-time people that work more than 4 hours a day, they're going to receive the district's insurance. That has been something that I would say proudly over the last 3 years, the district has been able to absorb the increase in costs. Because I'll tell you that anything that's over that $19,759, and it costs more than $19,759, is coming out of the employee's pocket. That's the employee's contribution to it. So it feels like a pay cut when your health insurance goes up and your paycheck's $50 less than it was the month before, and you didn't get anything new or different. But the district's been able to give the salary increases it did and also cover the increased cost to the health insurance. So that's something to be very proud of. Again, we will continue with the contribution to our routine restricted maintenance account. 3% of everything we get has to go towards maintenance. Now that sounds like, what, 3% of everything we get? But that's only $3 million. And you see, Dr. Houston pointed out the facilities we have, and they look amazing. Mr. Bickler and his department, his team, they do an awesome job of maintaining. Who would think that this is a 100-year-old building that we're sitting in? I mean, it's beautiful, but that's just something that because we received state funding for construction years ago, you're required, the state says, if we're going to give you money to build a school or modernize a school, then you're going to put aside forever funds to maintain it. And then here, this number 6 was really interesting to me because I don't know, for those of you that recall that were listening to me last year, when we had the addition of positions, it was like 3 slides worth. I mean, we were adding all kinds of stuff. And this year, because we're coming to the end of that learning recovery program, and we've made some adjustments this past year, but going into next year, what's included in this budget is one additional psychologist, 1 additional speech therapist, 1 special education teacher, a counselor for the expanded learning program that Dr. Houston mentioned, a bilingual clerk for the expanded learning program. And then we have what we call reserve teachers. This is another conservative strategy that we do. So we don't always know. I use mathematical calculations. There's software to help me to kind of project how many kids are going to show up next year. I can take all the first graders and move them to 2nd grade, and I can do, but that just gives me a starting point. So what we do is we budget for, and this year we're budgeting for 4 teaching positions that aren't filled, that aren't assigned. And that way, as we get closer to the beginning of the school year and we find we need to add a teacher at this or a special ed teacher here or whatever, it's already been approved by the board. It gives us the ability to respond quickly and not have to come back and ask for approval for another position. The great thing is, if we don't need those teaching positions, let's just say enrollment is even less, or we just don't need them, that's just money that goes back to the budget. So we have budgeted for it in case we need them. As my husband says, I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. And that's just something that, again, as we worry about or concerned about the state and the state's finances, there are areas that we could make adjustments that nobody would feel it. Things like that. That's $500,000 for teachers there. So there's things that as 3 years ago, I think it was, I remember there was such a swing that it was going to be a 10% reduction in our funding in June when I had to stand and tell the board that. And by July, it was a 7% or increase the other way. So it's when politics get involved with finances, anybody's guess sometimes. So we just try and be as prepared as we can. I wanted to talk about this just briefly. This is something that took me a long time to grasp this concept. But no crystal ball, no way to predict what's going to happen in the future. But we've learned through COVID and some other events that we need to be prepared to be able just in case. Although my son thought every wish and prayer had been answered when school closed, like that was every birthday wish, every time he threw money in a pond. He told me, if you just believe, it can happen, because school was closed. And I'm like, there's no way. So I'm not a believer, I guess. I am now, because, look what happened. But that's a true story too. He was like, Mom, you just got to believe. Okay, wrong message to get from that. The difference though between a projection and a forecast when it comes to budget, and the reason this is important is when you adopt the budget, you have to not only adopt for next year, but you have to show that you can sustain what you have or where you're going to make cuts if you can't for the following 2 years. They call it the multi-year projection. Notice projection, not forecast. So for our world, budget projections are based on existing factors that we know today, and that they tend to be more data-driven. They kind of are like, if we have this many students and we are increasing by 5%, that will be, it's that mathematical calculation. Whereas a forecast, think of a weather forecast. It looks like it's going to rain outside. I feel it in my bones because it's cold. Those are feelings. They tend to be based on what we expect to happen. And the reason that they're more experience driven, like my experiences, but the reason that this is important is because the assumptions, and then the assumptions for the multi-year projection, the county office has become increasingly critical in looking, because that's where people get in trouble, is they'll build out and I'll just tell you, it's an easy place to hide that. We don't do that. We never have. I wouldn't do that. It's not responsible to do that, but it's a way to not maybe paint things out as they really are. I'll always be honest with you, and I have. So we're cautious. It's a fine balance between having enough money and having enough in reserves, but not being a savings account, because we need to spend that money that are in the kids that are here. So, it's a balance. So now let me get to the budget. There's what your budget is when someone asks, or you're at CSBA or you're amongst other board members. It's $101 million. That is the total general fund budget for both unrestricted, restricted. Restricted is really the programs like special education, the title programs that Dr. Curcio spoke of. Those are restricted. Those come with strings attached. Those you get and you're told how to spend it. The unrestricted is a much larger pot of money, but that's our LCFF money. That's our impact aid money. Of course, there's still requirements, but they're not strings like with the restricted funds. I hope this is helpful for you, because I want to make it understandable, and I call it connecting the dots. So remember all the acronyms that you love so much. We start with what is our beginning fund balance, and it's BFB. And that's really the amount of money that we're going to start with on July 1. They're estimates right now, but how much are we starting with? Then you add to it your revenues. We abbreviate that REV. And that's the amount of money that we expect to receive over the next year. We don't get it all at one time, but that's what we plan to receive. So if you take your beginning balance and you add the money you think you're going to receive, then you subtract, though, the money that you're going to spend. That's our expenditures, the amount of money we plan to. Oh, I have receiving there twice. Sorry, that's what happens at 3 o'clock in the morning. We plan to spend. You end up with an ending fund balance. You have to have a positive ending fund balance. You have to have 3% minimum in that ending fund balance. Otherwise, the county's really looking at you, as we should be looking as well, if that was the case. So kind of keep this in mind, because I'm going to refer to it here. Your unrestricted general fund revenues, that 69-page report. Thank you, Ms. McBride. These numbers are in there, and I can show you where they are, but this is just so much easier on the eyes to say, if you look at the different sources of revenue, and you can look at the amounts, the total revenue for our unrestricted is $65 million. The expenses for our unrestricted, and again, these are the categories that are required by the state. They want to see how much are the certificated, classified. This is how it's broken out. You can see the total expenditures are $66 million. And for some of you, you're going to go, oh my gosh, Mrs. Martin, you're not that good at math because you're only getting $65 million, but we're spending $66 million. I get to that. Here we go. We have done for more than 30 years. We adopt our budget with what we call a planned deficit. And I'll tell you the reason why. And it's about $800,000, which if you think about it, it stayed about $800,000 when 30 years ago, things were a lot less. So I'm bringing this up because, those letters that we get from the county office that say, oh my goodness, you're doing these things you shouldn't be. I disagree with them. They don't like when I call and disagree with them, but I do disagree with them because this is what they call deficit spending. But technically, deficit spending is when you spend more than you collect. What it doesn't take into account is what you've saved and planned to spend in the future. Because when you add that in, we're not deficit spending. So quit saying we know what we're doing here. And we know that $800,000 is going to be made up. It's going to be zero. As a matter of fact, it's going to be a positive in the millions. But the reason we go ahead and adopt the budget like this is if we had a deficit of zero, if your revenues equaled your expenditures, I would need to cut $800,000 out of this budget, which would mean layoffs or cutting a program. This is not what we want to do. There are districts that do that. They do that and they give every possible teacher they can a March 15th notice routinely. And then what's happening is you lose good teachers because they'd rather come to a wonderful district like ours where we don't do that, where we're realistic with what is going to happen there. So we have a planned deficit. When I get that letter, I'm going to show you all because they call it deficit spending. I think we're careful in planning. And I don't know how any district, especially during COVID times, could not be deficit spending. There's no way with all the money that came so suddenly that it was all spent in the year it was received. It was spent in the next year. So that's my argument with the county. You could tell I'm a little sensitive about that. So how do we balance the budget? Well, going back to my connecting the dots, you take the beginning fund balance, that's 7.3 million. You add to it the total revenues, 65 million, and you subtract from it the total expenditures, we end with 6.5 million. I'm going to show you what this is all the unrestricted general fund, which is really what you have the most flexibility and control of.
Can I ask a quick question?
Mm-hmm.
Did every school district get 65 million?
Mm-mm.
We got more because of
we got that is based on the number of students we have. So like Fallbrook High School, they don't have as many students as us. They're going through these same calculations, but their number is going to be less because they're a smaller district. Temecula has way more students than we do. So their number, their budget's way bigger than the $100 million. But this 65 million is all of the different sources. Some of them, what happens is some of the rates are the same. So we'll all get, remember that mandate block grant that was 38 something, whatever. Every district's going to get that much per student, but it's going to be different amount each district gets because they all have different amount of students. So not everybody will get that exact same amount, but the same formula. I put the restricted general fund revenues in the same format because again, Cindy, how could it be? You just showed us 65 million and you said it was 101 million. How is that possible? Well, it's because you add your unrestricted and your restricted. So you see these 33, that's where the 101 comes from. So although you don't have as much say over your restricted funds, it is part of your general fund budget. There's your expenses. And on the restricted side, they do need to balance. There won't be a planned deficit. There won't be, it will be. So for our expanded learning program, they're not going to spend more than they receive. It's stuck to that allocation. If the program costs more, then the district has to contribute to it somehow. But that's why it balances itself out. But you see, even that beginning fund balance of almost $900,000, that's carryover money that they have. that they're going to spend, they're planning to spend next year. And then this is just the combined. So see right there where it says total expenditures and it's showing you minus that 100 right there. There we go. See the 6.5 million, the ending fund balance? That's what your reserve is. So when you hear reserve and you hear how much is in your reserve and what percentage, and I don't know, board members like to walk around to other board members and brag about how much their reserve is or whatever. Kind of odd, but okay. You can see the minimum reserve amount for a district our size is 3%. And that's pretty standard for a lot of districts because it's a big range. The maximum reserve, though, this is very interesting, is 10%. Why would we have a cap on our reserves? Well, districts were saving too much money and unions were looking and saying, hey, spend some of that 20% on us. You've got it sitting there in your balance. It could be used for something else. So again, remember I told you that balance of making sure we have enough saved, but not hoarding because the money needs to be spent on the kids that are here today. This is a pretty good reserve. It's really not too much, and that really wouldn't last a long time if everything went away. Yes.
We go back to the prior slide. So is my math right? We're going to end with about 1.7 million less in our fund balance than we did this year. So we're drawing down our reserve. Is that what's happening?
That's what's happening when in the budget. But when I close the books, Miss Pillen closes the books because remember I told you we budget very conservatively. We don't put it all out there right away because we want to make sure it's coming. That number, it won't be a deficit. It won't be 1.7. It will be made up and then some. This year alone in impact aid funding, remember the $4.5 million. I think we've received $7 million. So we received a significant amount more. That makes it up, right there. But going back to, I don't know when the feds are going to pay. I don't put $7 million in next year's budget because what if it doesn't come through that year? So we're very conservative that way. I would rather be able to come through the superintendent to the board and say, we have this money, it's in our bank account, nobody's taking it away. What do you want to do with it? And add a program mid-year, than to have to go and say, oops, it didn't show up. You're going to have a lot of upset parents because you're going to have to cut a program mid-year. So I'd rather add it late and know that it's good than have to cut it because something happened at the state level or out of our control.
So I don't know if this connects to it, but have you heard, as I've read documents, government documents, that, and this was about a month ago, Governor Newsom is talking about, or the administration cutting 30%, 50% on the arts and 30% on other things. So is that what you're hearing?
Yes, and our budget, just so you know, we went through and we reduced the arts grant by 50%. Districts kind of have an option because it's not 100% sure until the budget's signed. But I would rather say, hold on, we're not going to do all those things that we said and add them later in the year. Then no, I'm going to bet that the state's going to cut somewhere else because that's what I feel like, and have to say, oh, now we have to cut something. So that's kind of the conservative nature. There are a lot of things that are happening, that's the understatement, in Sacramento that affect the finances. One of the big ones this year had to do with, personal income tax. And the reason that that's a big one is the state delayed, and then they did that after the federal government delayed. People didn't have to file their taxes in every county except 7. So that's almost the whole state of California. They didn't have to file their income taxes by April 15th. It's until October. Well, they ain't getting my money till October. So, I'm one of them. But that money then they don't have now that they typically would, because they're not going to get it till October. It's coming, but it's not there yet. That's also affecting how much interest they're earning. I mean, it's kind of this domino effect. So what the state will probably do, they said they weren't, but is they'll probably have deferrals. And a deferral is an IOU. So we're not going to cut everything. On paper, you're going to get that budget, but we're not going to pay you either until next year or 2 years from now. So you have to make sure that you have enough cash in the bank to cover, because somebody, let's just use that music block grant, for example. We hire somebody and we're paying them out of there, but we're not going to get the money we have to have the money in the bank to be able to cover it. The reason school districts go bankrupt is because they run out of cash. It has nothing to do with their budget, because anyone can make a budget look good. It's that they run out of cash to make payroll. And so the states, or the districts that have been taken over by the states, or the state here, is because they ran out of cash. Their budget looked great. We're going to get, all this revenue, we're going to cut, but they didn't get the cash to support it. And so that's something that's a priority to us, is to watch and monitor. We're in pretty good shape cash wise, because we get those large payments, like of the impact aid money that I said is a couple million more. So that's there to use. We borrow from ourselves, which a lot of districts don't have the ability to do that. They have to borrow maybe from the county, maybe from a trans, there's all different financing options. But the fact that we might just, okay, let's move this money here because the preschool money's coming next week and then we'll pay it back, is a huge benefit here. So that's something that, again, we're very proud of and we watch very closely. It even affects the timing of when we pay things or do things. If we were negotiating with our unions and we were agreeing to something, we have had it where, like, we're going to do it, but we're not going to pay it until after property taxes come in. Because if we do it before then, the cash could get, it to a level we don't want it to be. So we are very thoughtful and strategic that people are going to get what they're entitled to get, or what the board approves that they're going to get. But let's be strategic about when they're going to get it or how they're going to get it, so that we don't bankrupt the district. Again, cash is king. I say cash is queen, but cash is king.
So when we got 2.5 years ago, the bonanza of money from everybody post-COVID, you were very, very strategic in pushing that money out over a 3-year period. Seems like yesterday, because now,
see, I know,
right? Now we're kind of coming to an end
yes.
of it. So at what point should we be looking at school year 23, 24?
After we adopt this budget.
No, 24, 25, yeah.
It should be something that the board is already considering, because what would happen is the board would say what the priorities are. And I'm just going to use an example. If it's a priority that we maintain the smaller class sizes beyond just what was in this 3-year plan, then I would do the calculations of, like, what's that going to cost? Well, it's going to cost $2 million. So we would need to save or identify $2 million somewhere, and we would want to do that as soon as we could, so that we know what we're doing in a year, because otherwise it goes away. Like, as I've said now, without any change by the board, and the board's only going to make changes if they know money's coming, this is the last year of the lower class sizes. I've been very upfront. Anybody that's listening, this is the last year. This is the last year we have planned. Doesn't mean it can't be extended, but it's going to be based on the priorities set. So what we like to do, and it's part of the maximizing the revenues, you hear me say that all the time. What we like to do is have identified priorities already. I was talking with Ms. McBride about this. Tell me what it is that you want. More reading teachers or instructional assistants. Okay, so what's that going to be? And we have the list already established. So as the money comes in, we're doing our magic behind to move it to check those things off. What happens in a lot of other places is they go, oh, great, we got a grant for reading aids or something, that we do. Let's go out and hire. There's like not a thoughtful plan to it. So it's the priorities of the board and then how we can fund it. Now, sometimes the priorities are too expensive and we can't, but it's still on the list. It's just, well, let's go, so whether it's replacing computers or, big initiatives, we have a plan. And I would say, because we're coming to the end of our 3-year learning recovery, the board needs to decide, and I would suggest that it should be for at least the next 3 years. We can always change it. But you don't really see how effective it was for 1 year. 1 year, you're just getting going. Second year, you're kind of getting but to really see if it worked, it needs to be 3 years. Otherwise, it was just luck if it did or didn't, good or bad luck.
I think as the board gets tasked with creating those priorities, we'd want to hear from Dr. Husing and, you know, from the educational side of the shop to tell us, okay, so what do you think has made the most difference? What, not so much, because I think that we'd want to make an informed set of decisions.
And that's going to come with the assessment data. Part of it's the input from the parents that they gave about what they wanted, because it's a balance of all those things. We can't do everything, but I bet you we can do a lot. And I know we can do a lot more than other districts do, which I'm very proud of that too. You notice a theme here. I'm very proud of what we do here. So, you know, I'm so glad you're here. You're going to get that same attitude about how awesome it is here, because it is. Talked about the reserves. So we have a 13.3% reserve. We're only required to have 3%. So that's a nice, healthy reserve. It's not, you know, if the state ran out of money, it's not going to get us a long way, but it's more than just the minimum required. And I don't think that it's too much where, you know, what are you doing on a 27% reserve when your kids aren't meeting the, you know, grade levels for reading scores or whatever. So next steps. This is just kind of a visual of where we are. June 20th, and there's a lot of work that's going on behind the scenes, both with Dr. Husing's office and my office. So it's not like, oh, we just gave it, now we're done, we're going to wait till June 20th. There is a lot of work going on to bring to you. She'll have the LCAP, I'll have the budget. It has to be adopted in that horrendous 69-page format. So that will be on the agenda. But we like to do more user-friendly. And I like to use it as an opportunity to provide some background information, like the history of lottery funds. You know, we hear that lottery funds are, well, did you know? And did you? So I have graphs and things that go back, or how much does it special ed not pay for itself? And that's nothing against special ed. That's against the people who decide what the funding is. And the federal government has only funded it at about 30%, with the promise years ago that it would be up to 100%. It's not. So we have the requirement to provide certain services, but it's not funded by the state or the federal government for that matter. So there's a lot of, I think it will help in a user-friendly way, but also make the connection to our district, so that when you're looking or hearing things, you know, how much do we get per student per day? And it used to be about $54.20, but I haven't done the math yet to know that if a student is, we take, you know, how much we get from the state, and then we divide it how many days of school. It's really helpful when you're communicating with the parents, or even as a parent, to go, my kid misses school and they don't need to. That's costing the district $55. I mean, it puts it into perspective. Keep in mind that we have to budget on enrollment, meaning the expenses. We can't, you know, if our attendance rate is 90%, we have, you know, 20 kids, and they're not all going to be there every single day of school, but we have to staff like we have 20 kids, even though there's only 18 or 16, you know, in that class. June 30th is the deadline for the governor to sign the budget. That's the last day of the fiscal year. It's amazing how that has improved once pay was being held at the state level if they didn't adopt the budget, because they used to go into, I think the latest was September or October. So we had to adopt our budget by June, and they still hadn't figured out what they were doing by September, October. And it was horrible, because then they made cuts. So they're a little better now. In July and August, as I said, we're closing out the books on the current year we're in, to really like, how much did we really get? What did things really cost? We're updating that. And the reason that's important is it's going to tell us what our real balance is. You know, what I gave you is a budget, but what is our real balance? And then in September, and I know the date, September 11th, because that's when our board meeting is, we're going to present you with what they call, and I don't know who came up with these terms, unaudited actuals. Unaudited actuals is really year-end close. It's how we closed. And the reason it's unaudited, because our auditors haven't looked at it yet. But that's closing out the year we're in. So sometimes, in addition to multiple roles, I'm working in multiple years, because I'm working in the year we're in, and then the budget year. And then, so, you know, there's a lot of moving parts here. But with the great team I couldn't do it without any of them, nor would I want to. It's doable, it's possible. And one thing that I know from conversations that I've had with the county office, they have a list of districts that they watch and ones that they don't need to, because they have limited resources too. And we've always been on the list that they don't need to. They do they have an obligation to have oversight. But as far as there are some districts that every move they make, that county, it's ooh, what's going to happen? We're not on the worry list. They know that we're very conservative in our budgeting. I'm not always the most popular person, nor do I care, but I'm not always the most popular person amongst the other CBOs in the county, because we're able to do things early and before other districts can. Even things like offering the contracts to our temp teachers so that we didn't lose them. There's a lot that they're not going to do it until school starts. And so those teachers, they want to know they have a job someplace. It was important to us, and we knew that we had the finances to support it, because we only do it if we know we have the money, the funds to support it. So that's the next steps. Let me go to. So here's your takeaways. Because I know this is a concern to everybody, and it should be. As the state revenues continue to underperform, we'll call it, our budget practices continue to be fiscally responsible. It's kind of like the more they're hurting, the more conservative we're going to be. We maintain that healthy reserve, 10% more than what's required. Maximizing our revenues provides financial flexibility. And really, when you have financial flexibility, the board has the most flexibility to do the things that it feels are important in this community. What we do here is not the same at what they do in Temecula, thankfully. Having said that, we want the board to be able to decide based on all of the different factors that Dr. Husein's talked about, community input, everything, what we need to do here. So that provides the most opportunity for the board, for the superintendent, for the principals, for everybody who's in a leadership position to say, you know what I really need? And we try and figure out a way to make it happen. We align our resources with our priorities, the LCAP and the budget. I explained that in the beginning. And again, just a reminder, this is the last year of our 3-year learning recovery program. And Dr. Husein is amazing cheerleader, because she has me excited about test scores. Like, what are they going to be? But if the results show like great improvement, we want to look at what did we do that worked and what do we want to do to continue it. If the results aren't there, and I've said this to the teachers union, yeah, good luck with maintaining that, because I'm not going to go to the board and say we need to keep spending money on something that's not working. We need to spend the money on the way it needs to be spent, and that it's going to be effective in the classrooms. So there's my little infused kids there. I have to point, that was my last slide, but I have to point something out on my reserve slide. So when I have odd working hours because I get insomnia. And when I do, I work on this stuff, but sometimes, it's not the time to crunch numbers. So I work on the graphics. Seth, I'm gonna give you a run for your money. But okay, I just kidding, I don't want it. But I was gonna go like this. I'm trying to show like this because I coordinated the suit with my fingernail polish and then the bracelet. So I was very proud of that. And I realized I got to the end of my presentation, I had not pointed it out. So
a rising star.
Yes. So having said all that, I know that you probably have questions. I would like to propose that sometime in the future, in the near future, that we have a board budget workshop. That's a special meeting that is 4 hours long or whatever amount of time it takes. That's not in the evening. And that we can just dive into and really get into. It's so hard to do, and it took longer than I had wanted to. It's so hard to do in a presentation like this. And so I know the questions aren't answered, but I hope that the board feels like it has enough information and enough confidence and trust in this, that they're comfortable approving it. but you know, you have questions about what's in it, what's not, what did we do, you know, and those are the things that I want to be able to answer for you. But I really think it takes a special meeting. And with new superintendent, it would probably be the appropriate time too, for her to become more involved and you know, feel comfortable with the numbers as well. So that's the end of my presentation. Were there questions I could answer? Thank you very
I
much.
just think
Oh,
we're so fortunate to have you and your team. I've said it before, you're the best CBO I've ever worked with. Your team is incredible.
they're incredible.
I just think you do an amazing job, and it just provides such a level of comfort and security to us as a board to know that
Thank you.
you're always very clear with us. You're very straight. And you're incredibly creative about maximizing revenue.
Absolutely.
So thank you
Thank you.
very much.
I was.
Cheerleader, get her a pom pom.
All right, we'll move to action. Out-of-state travel, Reno, Nevada, 2023 STN Expo. It is recommended the governing board approve the request for Mr. Robert Trotter, Director of Transportation, to travel to Reno, Nevada from July 14th to the 19th, 2023, to attend the 2023 School Transportation Exposition. Do I have a motion to approve?
My motion to approve.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Call for the vote. Ms. McBride, Mr. Favela,
Aye.
Ms. Lundin.
Aye.
And Ms. Sabal. Aye. And I will vote aye as well. So that's approved. Moving down to Human Resources Contract Agreement. Associate Superintendent Business Services. It is recommended the governing board approve the contract agreement with Cynthia Martin, Associate Superintendent Business Services. Do I have a motion to approve?
I so move.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you. Call for the vote. Ms. Sabal. Aye. Ms. Lundin. Aye. Mr. Favela.
Aye.
Ms. McBride. Aye. And I vote aye as well.
And I text my husband, so he
There you go.
doesn't tell me we have to move and sell our
That's-
house.
oh, that is passed as well.
Thank you.
Contract agreement, Assistant Superintendent Educational Services. It is recommended the governing board approve the contract agreement with Kimberly Husing, JD Assistant Superintendent Educational Resources. Do I have a motion to approve?
I motion we approve.
Everybody wants to, there we go.
I have a question on it.
Okay.
So, so are we going with what the 2021 was? Or are we going with the proposed for Dr. Husing? Mr. Morris doesn't have one, right? Or is that?
So they should be the same.
Okay,
They
so-
both should be the proposed 22-23 that includes the 7% increase that everybody else got except for them. So I'm not sure which ones, I can't see from here, but it should. Dr. Husing and Mr. Morris are on the same salary schedule as assistant superintendents. They're at different places on there, but they're on the same salary schedule. So what the request is for, the recommendation is for the approval of their contract that increases the salary schedule by the same 7% everyone's received. So I'm not sure. I can't see from here which one that was.
My understanding before, and correct me if I'm wrong, was that we were being asked to move Dr. Husing up, or is this the salary up?
The salary up.
Okay, and then the other question that I have is that, as I understand, Dr. Husing, you came in at several levels high when they hired you, and that was June of last year of 22. Mr. Morris, you came in 2 years ago, pretty much at the regular level and coming in level. That was 2 years ago, this July. Right. So I understand that Mr. Morris, you were here last year, obviously, that would have been your full year. Did you not receive a salary increase at that time?
I received the COLA that everybody else received. We all received.
The 5%, the 5% that everybody got. Okay, so, and I
Let me
thought I
just-
understood that this was the replacement, the steps, which is year. The replacement of step one is first year, step two.
Well,
second year, kind of like
Let
that.
me explain just a little bit. When Dr. Husing came into this district, she had already been an assistant superintendent in another district with years of experience, which is probably why her salary was at a higher level when she came in. And in order for us to get her, because she might like me, but she's not going to take a pay cut. In order for us to get her, she had to be placed at a higher step. Mr. Morris had not been an assistant superintendent prior to coming here. He had been a director. So he didn't have that experience. He's getting that experience, but he didn't have that experience when he came in. And the way that we do this is, one, we don't want someone to make less money, but we try and give a 5% increase if they're coming from another district or if they're promoting within our district. Most of the time, those steps can represent years, like you've been here 2 years, you're on step 2, you've been here, but not always once people start moving and changing. So Dr. Husing, I believe, is at step 6. I don't want to miss.
Yes, that's what.
So she will move to step 7 and then she's done because there's only 7 steps on the salary schedule. Mr. Morris would continue until he reached step 7. And then at that time, they probably would have the same number of years of experience, I would say, because of Dr. Husing's experience that she already brought to us. So she brings the experience, she costs more, but I think it's money well spent.
Okay, so then my other question is, as she came in, step 6 at the time, 189,000. So that was again, June of 2022.
Right.
And is this retroactive back to the summer of last year?
The pay for both of them, the salary schedule is retroactive to July 1 of 22.
Of 22.
So it wouldn't go back to June because that's a different fiscal year.
But July,
But,
summer.
So when we do the calculation, I think I've shared, the district has had a longstanding practice of what's good for one is good for all, because we value all of our employees. And so we have always given the same percentage increase across the board. It helps keep saying that if we give teachers 10%, but we give our non-teachers 5%, we value more or less. So everybody would get 7.5, split it or whatever. When I do the calculations for the cost of to tell the board what they could afford, it is with the assumption that every employee, even cabinet level employees, is going to get that raise for the entire year. So if we could settle negotiations over the summer and already know it, there would be no retro. We'd go in and that would be it. But if it takes time, and most of the time it does, and I will tell you, it's going to take some time this year because everyone's going to wait to see what happens at the budget. Nobody's going to, this is too many unknowns. Then it goes retroactive back. The reason that I included in the budget is so that the costs are already there, just like all these other assumptions, but it doesn't happen automatically that cabinet member, superintendent gets the same thing. It has to come just like it's coming now. And I know that from our very first meeting, I said I was going to be bringing this at a future meeting, because what's happened now is we have people, because the salary schedule, that our directors received the 7% increase, but because they didn't, if we asked one of our directors to take a promotion, he would be asked to take a pay cut. And it just doesn't make sense. So it's something that needs to be fixed, which is what the recommendation is for the same increase that all other employees got, retroactive to July 1, 2022, just like all other employees. The cost of it has already been included in the budget.
Okay, so then I'm looking at the 200, this counts for work days of 245 days, that's 7.5 months. But my next
That's
question.
12 months. 245 days represents 12 months.
Oh, because you take out the days, their vacation and.
No, it's because we don't count the weekends, probably.
Holidays and stuff.
Yeah, but no, those are the actual days they would work. 245 days is for 12 months of service.
Okay, so then my last thing that so if we retroactive back to last year, then what we're saying is it's 1 month, literally 1 month after you were hired. We're going back to 1 month before you were hired at the rate of of the 189,000.
That's exactly what we're saying. We often have employees that are hired and then the union settles and they got a raise and they've not even worked. I mean, you know, they haven't received their first paycheck and like, well, already got a raise because it's been negotiated. So that is exactly the impact that we're asking for, because that's what everybody else received, the same thing. So there were other employees in the same situation as Dr. Hussein that were hired and got an increase.
And got an increase within a month of.
There are some that got the
7%
increase. Yes,
To go back.
yes.
Count all those months.
Yep.
For a whole year.
I will tell you that our payroll supervisor here loves retroactive pay. It's a pain to do, but yes, they go through and they pay back whatever the calculation was, because it's as if they should have received that money during that time. If it was something that the board or the district and the union and then with the board approval had agreed on a 7%, you know, effective January or something, like half the year. Some districts do that to save money, but it's a short-term savings. It's only a 1-year savings. And it's a anyways, STRS doesn't like it and for other reasons. But yes, what you're saying is accurate, that when applied that way, it would have been as if she was hired in June. And actually, I think it was at the April board meeting that you were brought for approval. So she actually had guaranteed to us, promised to us, signed her contract back in April. So it's not just 1 month, but that she would get a raise starting July 1.
Well, excuse me, but it would have been 1 month of her actual work.
Right, right.
So, and so the new amount then would be 202,000.
I don't have the salary schedule in
Yes,
front
I
of
have
me,
it
but
right
if that's it, yep.
So,
Which would have been 7% more than she's making right now.
okay. So. I got them. Questions.
A motion on the table. I can't remember if we actually completed the
I think
motion.
somebody motioned. I wasn't sure if somebody seconded because they were reaching.
Second.
Okay, because everybody said it at once.
Okay,
So
good. So we at least have. the
there
motion.
you.
I'm gonna vote no.
Okay, but are you good? Okay, all right. So I'll call for the vote. Ms. McBride,
No.
Mr. Favela,
Hi.
Ms. Lundin. I forget who you are in a moment. And Miss, because now it's 10 o'clock and now I'm past my bedtime. Not really. It's 1 o'clock in the morning when I go to bed. So and I will vote aye as well. The motion passes, Dr. Hussein. On to contract amendment. Assistant Superintendent Human Resources, it is recommended the governing board approve the contract amendment with Brian Morris, Assistant Superintendent Human Resources. Do I have a motion to approve? Thank you. There's a second
A second.
session. We'll call for the vote. I'll call for the vote. Ms. Sabal. Aye. Sundin. Aye. Mr. Favela.
Aye.
Ms. Blair. Aye. And I'll vote aye as well. Mr. Morris, it passes. And on to probationary 2 to tenure status. Congratulations to these teachers that passes. I hope they do. It is recommended the governing board approve the listed certificated employees complete their second consecutive year of employment and approves completing their second consecutive year of employment in a probationary period requiring certification for reelection. I do not have to read the employee numbers,
But the
so-
listed employees.
but they are listed there. Do I have a motion to approve?
I'll motion to
Thank you.
approve.
There's a second. Second. Thank you. Call for the vote, Ms. Sabal. Aye. Ms. Lundin. Aye. Mr. Favela.
Aye.
Ms. McBride. Aye. And I will vote aye as well. So that item passes. On to consent agenda. It is recommended the governing board approve the consent agenda as presented. I'm moved happy now. Do I have a motion to approve?
My motion.
Anyone? Do I have a second? Thank you. Call for the vote. Ms. McBride.
Aye.
Mr. Favela.
Aye.
Ms. Lundin.
Aye.
And Ms. Sabal. Aye. And I vote aye as well. Congratulations to those teachers who are now. Yay, yeah. And your teachers. And what you've all been waiting for. We adjourn at 9:50. Before anybody says anything else, we're adjourned.